He always went about on his own, although he wanted to have friends. He was too shy to talk with others. Therefore, no one liked to talk to him either. One day, Jason found a very slippery oyster while he was looking for his dinner. He stretched out his tentacle, but accidentally tied himself into a big knot. He tried with all his strength to break free, but it was all in vain. To his shock and disappointment, he found he couldn't move at all. Some fish went past and ignored him. Fortunately, one very kind fish, Kevin, came to his rescue. Jason was thankful and felt very happy when he was finally set free. However, he was so shy and he didn't dare to express his gratitude to Kevin. Simply nodded his head to Kevin. He went off without saying a word of thanks. A little while later, Jason regretted that he hadn't taken a chance to make friends with Kevin. A few days later, Jason was resting among some rocks. Suddenly, he noticed that lots of fish were hurriedly swimming past. Soon after, he saw a giant fish coming over to hunt his prey in the same area. Jason quickly hid himself behind the rocks. Peeping out from his hiding place, he saw the monster fish chasing a little fish. Much to his surprise, he recognized the poor little fish. It was Kevin, who had saved his life a couple of days before. Kevin was now in danger and desperately needed some help, but the strong fish was so fierce and no one dared to go near it. Except for Jason. Jason remembered how Kevin generously helped him, and it was the right time for him to repay his kindness. At just the right moment, Jason summoned all his courage and darted out from behind the rocks. Like a ray, he appeared in front of a big fish and shot out the big jar of black ink and a monster fish. Frightened and helpless, the big fish was lost in a mess of chaos. Upon seeing this, Jason quickly grabbed Kevin, swam back to the rocks and disappeared without a change. When the big fish could finally see clearly again, his food was nowhere in sight. Furious and disappointed, he swam away with a sunken face. As soon as the big fish was gone, all the fish hiding among the rocks came up to Jason and praised him for his heroic deed. Thank you for listening. We should have a nice day.
Good morning, teachers. My number is 2. My title is An Octopus in Trouble. An Octopus in Trouble. Once upon a time, there was a shy and quiet octopus named Jason. He always went about on his own. Although he wanted to have friends, he was too shy to talk with others. Therefore, no one liked to talk to him. One day, Jason found a very slippery oyster while he was looking for his dinner. He stretched out his tentacles, but accidentally tied himself into a big knot. He tried with all his strength to break free, but he was all in vain. To his shock and disappointment, he found he couldn't more at all. Some fish swam past and ignored him. Fortunately, one very kind fish, Kevin, came to his rescue. Jason was thankful and felt so happy when he was finally set free. However, he was so shy that he didn't dare to express his gratitude to Kevin. Simply nodding his head to Kevin, he swam off without saying a word of thanks. A little while later, Jason regretted that he had taken the chance to make friends with Kevin. A few days later, Jason was creating a mass of rocks. Accidentally, he knew that lots of fish were hurrying, swimming past. Soon after, he saw a red fish come over to help him in the same way. Jason quickly hid himself behind a rock, thinking of for his purpose. He saw the fish as a little fish rush to his prize. He realized that poor little thing. It was Kevin how to get himself from a boat in her. Kevin was not in love at this point. Thanks for listening. I wish you a nice day.
Good morning, teachers. My number is 3. Today, my topic is the bad neighbors. The bad neighbors. A man named Jason went out to look for a job. As he passed his neighbor's house, an important piece of paper accidentally fell out of his pocket. His neighbor, Tom, happened to be sitting by the window and saw the piece of paper fall to the ground. At that moment, he thought, what a disgrace. It appeared that he dropped it on purpose. He's trying to disarm my downstairs. Instead of going out to stop him, Tom had an idea about how to get revenge. That night, Tom told his newspaper that he secret to Jason's house and found it on his porch. At the same time, Jason just happened to be sitting by the window and saw what was going on. Later, after Jason picked up all the rubbish on his porch, he found the very piece of paper he had lost. It was. It was already turned into pieces. He thought that Tom had not only picked his pocket, but also had the nerve to mess up his doorway in such a rude way. Jason didn't do anything because he had an idea in his mind about how to get his revenge. That night, Jason phoned a farmer and ordered 10 pigs and 100 ducks for Tom. The following day, Tom was shocked and overwhelmed by such a big surprise. He had a hard time taking care of so many animals. After sitting down the pigs and ducks, Tom again started making another plan for revenge. It went on and on. They continued getting back at each other. Each time their way of getting revenge grew bigger. Ironically, a small piece of paper led to a rock band, a fire siren, soaring of sonnets, flying of comets, and the dropping of bombs, which in the end doused both of their houses. Later, thank you for listening. We should have a nice day.
Here it is, and number 4. Today, I'm gonna read you a story about the little star. There was once a very tiny star about the same size as a mosquito. The star lived in space next to her parents, 2 very big stars. The tiny star was very curious and always wanted to know more about the outer world. She wanted to travel around to see for herself, but her parents told her that she was still too little to go off on her own. She would have to wait. One day, the star saw a little blue planet, a The planet looked so lovely that the tiny star forgot her parents' warning, and off she went to get a better look at it. She flew as fast as she soon got lost and didn't know where her home was. When she landed on the blue planet, the Earth, people and animals there thought she was a very bright firefly. Everyone wanted to catch her. Frightened, she flew as fast as she could. She was very scared, so she hid herself under a sheet. Seeing the sheet moving, everyone thought she was a ghost. This time, they were scared and ran away as quickly as they could. When she realized what happened, the little star started to use the sheet to scare everyone she met, just for fun. As she traveled on, she arrived at a mountain where a great dragon lived. The little star tried to scare the dragon too, but she didn't know that it was a ghost-eating dragon. The dragon suddenly spit flames at her. Lucky, she was a very little star, so she could escape the dragon and his friends. Frightened to death, she started missing her parents. She cried for a while, and then, as the night fell, she suddenly got an idea. She went to a very high mountain and found a big rock. Looking up into the sky, she hid behind the rock and then reappeared. She did this over and over again. In reality, since the tiny star left home, her parents had been very worried about her. They searched everywhere they could just to find her and bring her home. Suddenly, they saw her light appearing and disappearing off the distance. They recognized. Thanks for listening.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My number is 5. Today I'm going to read the little star. There was once a very tiny star about the same size as a mosquito. The star lived in space next to her parents. Two very big stars. The tiny star was very curious and always wanted to know more about the outer world. She wanted to travel around to see for herself, but her parents told her that she was still too little to go off on her own. She would have to wait. One day, the star saw a little blue planet. The planet looked so lovely that the tiny star forgot her parents. Whirling and off she went to get a better look at it. She flew so fast that she soon got lost and didn't know where her home was. When she landed on the blue planet, the earth, people, and animals, they thought she was a very bright firefly. Everyone wanted to catch her. Frightened, she flew as fast as she could. She was very scared, so she hid herself under a sheet. Seeing the sheet moving, everyone thought she was a ghost. This time, they were scared and ran away as quickly as they could. When she realized what happened, the little star started to use the sheet to scare everyone she met. Just for fun. As she traveled up, she arrived at a mountain where a great dragon lived. The little star tried to scare the dragon, but she didn't know that it was a ghost-eating dragon. The dragon suddenly spit flames at her. Luckily, she was a very little star, so she could escape the dragon and his flames. Frightened to death, she started missing her parents. She cried for a while, but then as the night fell, she suddenly got an idea. She went to a very high mountain and found a big rock. Looking up into the sky, she hid behind a rock and then reappeared. She did this over and over again. In reality, since the tiny star left home, her parents had been very worried about her. They searched everywhere they could just to find her and bring her home. Suddenly, they saw her light appearing and disappearing off in the distance. Thank you for listening.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm number 6. Today I'm going to read An Octopus in Trouble. An Octopus in Trouble.
Once upon a time, there was a shy and quiet octopus named Jason. He always went along on his own. Also, he wanted to have friends. He was too shy to talk with others. Therefore, no one liked to talk to him either. One day, Jason found a very slippery oyster. While he was looking for his dinner, he stretched out his tentacles, but accidentally tied himself into a big knot. He tried with all his strength to break free, but it was all in vain. To his shock and disappointment, he found he couldn't move at all. Some fish swam past and ignored him. Fortunately, one very tight fish, Kevin, came to his rescue. Jason was thankful and felt very happy when he was finally set free. However, he was so shy that he didn't dare to express his gratitude to Kevin, simply nodding his head to Kevin. He swam off without saying a word of thanks. A little while later, Jason realized that he hadn't taken the chance to make friends with Kevin. A few days later, Jason was resting among some rocks. Suddenly, he noticed that lots of fish was hurriedly swimming past. Soon after, he saw a giant fish coming over to pump his prey in the same area. Jason quickly hid himself behind the rocks. He peeped out from his hiding place. He saw the monster fish chasing a little fish. Much to his surprise, he recognized the poor little thing. It was Kevin, who had saved his life a couple of days before. Kevin was now in danger and desperately needed some help. But his giant fish was so fierce that no one dared to go near it. It was time for Jason. Jason remembered how Kevin generously helped him, and it was the right time for him to repeat his kindness. At just the right moment, Jason summoned all his courage and darted out from behind the rocks. Like a rat.
Thanks for listening. Have a nice day. Good morning, everyone. I'm number 7. The article I'm going to read now is The Bad Neighbors. The Bad Neighbors. A man named Benson went out to look for a job. As he passed his neighbor's house, an important piece of paper accidentally fell out of his pocket. His neighbor Tom happened to be sitting by the window and saw the piece of paper fall to the ground. At the moment, he thought, what a disgrace! It appeared that he dropped it on purpose. He's trying to mess up my front yard. Instead of going out to stop him, Tom had an idea about how to get revenge. That night, Tom took his waste paper basket secretly to Benson's house and dumped it on his porch. At the same time, Benson just happened to be sitting by the window and saw what was
later, after Benson picked up all the rubbish on his porch, he found the very piece of paper he had lost. Still worse, it was already torn into pieces. He thought that Tom had not only picked his pocket, but also had the nerve to mess up his story in such a rude way. Benson didn't do anything because he had an idea in his mind about how to take his revenge. That night, Benson phoned a farmer and ordered 10 pigs and 100 ducks for Tom. The following day, Tom was shocked and overwhelmed by such a big surprise. He had a hard time taking care of so many animals. After settling down the pigs and ducks, Tom again started making another plan for revenge. It went on and on. They continued getting back at each other. Each time, their way of getting revenge grew bigger. Ironically, a small piece of paper led to a rock band, a fire siren, throwing of stones, firing of cannons, and thank you for your time.
Good morning, everyone. Today my topic of story is an ox in trouble. Once upon a time, there was a shy and quiet ox named Jason. He always went about on his own. So he wanted to have friends. He was too shy to talk with others. Therefore, no one liked to talk to him either. One day, Jason from a very slippery oyster, while he was looking for his dinner. He stretched out his tentacles, but accidentally trapped himself into a big knot. He tried with all his strength to break free, but it was all in vain. To his shock and his astonishment, he found he couldn't move at all. Something went past and bird. Fortunately, one very kind fish, Taylor, came to his rescue. Jason was thankful and felt very happy when he was finally free. However, he was so shy that he didn't dare to express his gratitude to Kevin. Simply nodding his head to Kevin, he swam off without saying a word of thanks. A little while later, Jason regretted that he hadn't taken the chance to make friends with Kevin. A few days later, Jason was resting among some grass. Suddenly, he noticed that the fish were hungrily swimming past soon after. He saw a grass fish hanging over to pass his pretty in the sand way. Jason calmly hid himself behind the rocks. Peeping out from his hiding place, he saw a monster. Fish changed in a little fish. Not to surprise, he recalled the poor instinct. It was Kevin who had saved his little country of death. Before Kevin was now in danger and disappeared everywhere. Thank you very much.
An octopus in trouble. Once
There was a shy and quiet octopus named Jason. He always went about on his own. Although he wanted to have friends, he was too shy to talk with others. Therefore, no one liked to talk to him either. One day, Jason found a very slippery oyster while he was looking for his dinner. He stretched out his tentacles, but accidentally tied himself into a big knot. He tried with all his strength to break free, but it was all in vain. To his shock and disappointment, he found he couldn't move at all. Some fish swam past and ignored him. Fortunately, one very kind fish, Kevin, came to his rescue. Jason was thankful and felt very happy when he was finally set free. However, he was so shy that he didn't dare to express his gratitude to Kevin. Simply nodding his head to Kevin, he swam off without saying a word of thanks. A little while later, Jason regretted that he hadn't taken the chance to make friends with Kevin. A few days later, Jason was reading among some rocks. Suddenly, he noticed that lots of fish were hurriedly swimming past. Soon after, he saw a giant fish coming over to hunt his prey in the same area. Jason quickly hid himself behind the rocks. Peeping out from his hiding place, he saw the monster fish chasing a little fish. Much to his surprise, he recognized the poor little thing. It was Kevin, who had saved his life a couple of days before. Kevin was now in danger and desperately needing some help. But this giant fish was so fierce that no one dared to go near it, except for Jason. Jason remembered how Kevin generously helped him, and it was the right time of him to repay his kindness. At just the right moment, Jason summoned all his rugby and darted out from behind the rock. Thank you.
Good morning, dear Judge. I'm number 10. My topic is the band neighbors. The band neighbors. A man named Benson went out to look for a job. As he passed his neighbor's house, an important piece of paper accidentally fell out of his khaki. His neighbor Tom happened to be sitting by the window and saw the piece of paper fall to the ground. At that moment, he saw what a disgrace. It appeared that he dropped it on purpose. He's trying to mess up my front yard. Instead of going out to stop him, Tom had an idea about how to get revenge. That night, Tom took his newspaper basket secretly to Benson's house and dropped it under his pocket. At the same time, Benson just happened to be sitting by the window and saw that what was going on. Later, after Benson picked up all the rubbish on his porch, he found the very piece of paper he had lost. Still worse, it was already torn into pieces. He saw that Tom had not only picked his pocket, but also had nerve to mess up his doorway in such a rude way. Benson didn't do anything because he had an idea in his mind about how to get his revenge. That night, Benson found a farmer and ordered 10 pigs and 100 ducks for Tom. The following day, Tom was shocked and overwhelmed by such a big surprise. He had a hard time taking care of so many animals. After settling down the pigs and ducks, Tom again started making another plan for revenge. It went on and on. They continued getting back at each other. Each time, their way for getting revenge grew bigger. Ironically, a small piece of paper led to the rock band, a fire siren, throwing of stones, firing of cannon, and dropping of bombs, which in the end destroyed both of their houses. Later, the two neighbors ended. Thank you for your attention.
Good morning, everyone. I am number 11. I'm going to start to read An Octopus in Trouble. An octopus in trouble. Once upon a time, there was a giant and white octopus named Jason. He always went about on his own. At last, he wanted to have friends. He was too shy to talk with others. Therefore, no one liked to talk to him either. One day, Jason found a very slippery oyster. While he was looking for his dinner, he stretched out his tentacles, but accidentally tied himself into a big knot. He tried with all his strength to break free, but it was all in vain. To his shock and disappointment, he found he couldn't move at all. Some fish swam past and ignored him. Fortunately, one very kind fish came to his rescue. Jason was thankful and felt very happy when he was finally set free. However, he was so shy that he didn't dare to express his gratitude to Kevin. Simply nodding his head to Kevin, he swam off without saying a word of thanks. A little while later, Jason regretted that he hadn't taken the chance to make friends with Kevin. A few days later, Jason was racing among some rocks. Suddenly, he noticed that lots of fish were hurriedly swimming past. Soon after, he saw a giant fish come over to hunt his prey. In the same area, Jason quickly hid himself behind the rocks, peeping out from his hiding place. He saw the end. That's all it. Thank you.
Good morning, judges. My number is 12. I'm talking to the bad neighbors. The bad neighbors. A man named Benson went out to look for a job. As he passed his neighbor's house, an important piece of paper suddenly fell out of his pocket. His neighbor Tom happened to be sitting by the window and saw a piece of paper fall to the ground. At that moment, he thought, what a disgrace! It appeared that he dropped it on purpose. He tried to mix up my front yard. Instead of going out to stop him, Tom had an idea about how to get revenge. That night, Tom took his wastepaper basket secretly to Benson's house and dumped it on his porch. At the same time, Benson just happened to be sitting by the window and saw what was going on. Later, after Benson picked up all the rubbish on his porch, he found the very piece of paper he had lost. Still worse, it was already torn into pieces. He thought that Tom had not only picked his pocket, but also had the nerve to mix up his doorway in such a rude way. Benson didn't do anything because he had an idea in his mind about how to take his revenge. That night, Benson found a farmer and ordered 10 pigs and 100 ducks for Tom. The following day, Tom was shocked and overwhelmed by such a big surprise. He had a hard time taking care of so many animals. After settling down the pigs and ducks, Tom again started making another plan for revenge. It went on and on. Let's continue. Thanks for your listening.
Good morning, dear judges. I'm number 13. Today I'm going to read The Little Stars. There was once a very tiny star, about the same size as a mosquito. The star lived in space, next to her parents, two very big stars. The tiny star was very curious and always wanted to know more about the outer world. She wanted to travel around to see for herself, but her parents told her that she was still too little to go off on her own. She would have to wait. One day, the little star saw a little blue planet. The planet was so lovely that the tiny star forgot her parents' warning and off. She wanted to get a better look at it. She flew so fast that she soon got lost and didn't know where her home was. When she landed on the blue planet, the Earth, people and animals there thought she was a very bright firefly. Everyone wanted to catch her. Frightened, she flew as fast as she could. She was very scared, so she hid herself under a sheet. Seeing the sheet moving, everyone thought she was a ghost. This time, they were very scared and ran away as quickly as they could. When she realized what happened, the little star started to use the sheet to scare everyone she met, just for fun. As she traveled on, she arrived at a mountain where a great dragon lived. The little star started to try to scare the dragon too, but she didn't know that he was the ghost-eating dragon. The dragon suddenly spit flame at her. Luckily, she was a very little star, so she could escape the dragon. This time, when his flames frightened
starting to die, she started missing her parents. She cried for a while, but then, as the night fell, she suddenly got an idea. She went to a very high mountain and found a big rock. Looking up into the sky, she hid behind the rock and then reappeared. She did this over and over again. In reality, since the tiny star left home, her parents is the end of my story. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Today I'm going to read The Little Star. The Little Star. There was once a very tiny star about the same size as a mosquito. The star lived in space next to the parents, two very big stars. The tiny star was very curious and always wanted to know more about the outer world. She wanted to travel around to see for herself, but her parents told her that she was still too little to go off on her own. She would have to wait. One day, the star saw a little blue planet. The planet looked so lovely that the tiny star forgot her parent warning, and off she went to get a better look at it. She flew so fast that she soon got lost and didn't know where her home was. When she landed on the blue planet, the Earth, people and animals there thought she was a very bright firefly. Everyone wanted to catch her. Frightened, she flew as fast as she could. She was very scared, so she hid herself under a sheet. Seeing the sheet moving, everyone thought she was a ghost this time. They were scared and ran away as quickly as they could. When she realized what happened, the little star started to use the sheet to scare everyone she met, just for fun. As she traveled on, she arrived at a mountain where a great dragon lived. The little star tried to scare the dragon too, but she didn't know that it was a ghost-eating dragon. The dragon suddenly spit flames at her. Luckily, she was a very little star, so she could escape the dragon and his flames. Frightened to death, she started missing her parents. She cried off for a while, but then as the night fell, she suddenly got an idea. She went to a very high mountain and found a big rock. Looking up into the sky, she hid behind the rock and then repaired. She did this over and over again. In reality, since the tiny star left home, her parents had been very worried about her. They searched everywhere that they could just to find her and bring her home. Suddenly, they saw her light appearing and disappearing out in the distance. Thank you for listening.
Hello everyone. My topic is an octopus in trouble. Once upon a time, there was a shy and quiet octopus named Jason. He always went about on his own, although he wanted to have friends. He was too shy to talk with others. Therefore, no one liked to talk to him either. One day, Jason found a very slippery oyster while he was looking for his dinner. He stretched out his tentacles, but accidentally tied himself into a big knot. He tried with all his strength to break free, but was all in vain. To his shock and disappointment, he found he couldn't
that some fish swam past and ignored him. Fortunately, one very kind fish came to his rescue. Pearson was thankful and felt very happy when the was finally set free. However, he was so frightened that he didn't dare to express his gratitude to Peter. Simply nothing his to heaven, he went off without saying a word of thanks. A little while later, Pearson regretted that he hadn't taken the chance to make friends with David. A few days later, Pearson was resting among some rocks. Suddenly, he noticed large loads of fish were rapidly swimming past. Soon after, thank you.
Good morning, dear judges. Today my topic is an octopus in trouble. The bad neighbors. A man named Benson went out to look for a job as he passed his neighbor's house. An important piece of paper accidentally fell out of his pocket. His neighbor, Tom, happened to be sitting by the window and saw the piece of paper fall to the ground. At that moment, he thought, what a disgrace! It appeared that he had been on purpose. He's trying to mess up my front yard. Instead of going out to stop him, Tom had an idea about how to get revenge. That night, Tom took his wastepaper basket secretly to Benson's house and dumped it on his turf. At the same time, Benson just happened to be sitting by the window and saw what was going on. Later, after Benson picked up all the rubbish on his porch, he found the very piece of paper he had lost. Still worse, it was already torn into pieces. He thought that Tom had not only picked his pork, but also had the root to mess up his doorway in such a rude way. Benson didn't do anything because he had an idea in his mind about how to talk his revenge. Last night, Benson happened a farmer and over 10 pigs and 100 ducks for Tom. The following day, Tom was shocked and overwhelmed. It's such a big surprise. He had a hard time taking care of so many animals.
Good morning, everyone. My topic is the little star. The little star. There was once a very tiny The star lived disease next to her parents, two very big stars. The tiny star was very curious and always wanted to know more about the outer world. She wanted to travel around to see for herself, but her parents told her that she was still too little to go off on her own. She would have to wait. One day, the star saw a little blue planet. The planet looked so lovely that the tiny star forgot her parents were near, and off she went to get a better look at it. She flew so fast that she soon got lost and didn't know where her home was. When she landed on the blue planet, the earth, people and animals there thought she was a very bright firefly. Everyone wanted to catch her. Frightened, she flew as fast as she could. She was very scared, so she hid herself under a sheet. Seeing the sheet moving, everyone thought she was a ghost. This time, they were scared and ran away as quickly as they could. When she realized what happened, the little star started to use the sheet to scare everyone she met, just for fun. As she traveled on, she arrived at the mountain where a great dragon lived. The little star tried to scare the dragon too, but she didn't know that it was a ghost-eating dragon. The dragon suddenly spit flames at her. Luckily, she was a very little star, so she could escape the dragon and his flames. Frightened to death, she started missing her parents. She cried for a while, but then as the night fell, she suddenly got an idea. She went to a very high mountain and found a big rock. Looking up into the sky, she hid behind the rock and then reappeared. She did this over and over again. In reality, since the tiny star left home, her parents had been very worried about her. They searched everywhere they could just to find her and bring her home. Suddenly, they saw a light appearing and disappearing off in the distance. Thank you for your listening.
Good morning, everyone. The bad neighbors. A man named Benson went out to looking for a job. As he passed his neighbor's house, an important piece of paper, especially out of his pocket. His neighbor Tom happened to be sitting by the window and saw the piece of paper up to the ground. At the moment he thought, what a disgrace! It appeared if he done it on purpose. He tried to mess up my front yard. If to going out to stop him, Tom had an idea about how to get revenge. That night, Benson talked to his paper basket secretly to Benson for a stump on his porch. At the same time, Benson just happened to be sitting by the window and saw what was going on. After Benson picked up all the rubbish on his porch, he found a buried piece of paper he had lost, but still it was already torn into pieces. He tried the Tom had not only picked it pocket but also had the nerve to mess up. His doorway is such a good way. Benson did not do anything because he had an idea in his mind about how to take his revenge. That night, Benson found a farmer and ordered 10 pigs and a house dust for Tom. The following day, Tom was shocked and overwhelmed by such a big surprise. He had a hard time taking care of so many animals. A few fell down a big and fast. Tom again straight next artery. He came from revenge. It was on and on. Later, Mr. Beck rescued as ordered. Each day, Tom and other words of going revenge were big. It grew bigger. In only a 6 to 81.
Hello everyone. I'm going to read the story. The Bad Neighbors. Many places went out to look for a job, because he is his neighbor's house. The continent is full of different out of his pocket. He never into his stick by window and saw a place for him. Go to the door and came home. He down on the how to get revenge. That man told this was that to Jesse's house and dumping. He found his pouch, but the same time. Person just to be by the window, and so what was going on? Rather, the person picked up the rubbish on his porch and found very into his belt and tongue and not only it.
Good morning, everyone. Today, my topic is the bad neighbors. The bad neighbors. A man named Benson went out to look for a job. As he passed his neighbor's house, an important piece of paper accidentally fell out of his pocket. His neighbor Tom happened to be sitting by the window and saw the piece of paper fell to the ground. At that moment, he thought, what a disgrace! It appeared that he dropped it on purpose. He's trying to mess up my front yard. Instead of
going out to stop him. Tom had an idea about how to get revenge. That night, Tom took his wet paper basket secretly to Benson's house and dumped it on his porch. At the same time, Benson just happened to be sitting by the window and saw what was going on. Later, after Benson picked up all the rubbish on his porch, he found a very piece of paper he had lost. Still worse, it was already torn into pieces. He wrote that Tom had not only picked up his pocket, but also had the nerve to mess up his doorway in such a rude way. Benson didn't do anything because he had an idea in his mind about how to take his revenge. That night, Benson found a farmer and ordered 10 pigs and 100 ducks for Tom. The following day, Tom was shocked and overwhelmed by such a big surprise. He had a hard time taking care of so many animals. After settling down the pigs and ducks, Tom again started making another plan for revenge. It went on and on. They continued getting back at each other. Each time, their way of getting revenge grew bigger and more wicked. A small piece of paper landed to a rock bed. A fire siren, 3 of stones, 3 of tenors. Thank you for your listening.
Today and month, I'm number 23. I will tell you a story. It's an octopus in trouble. An octopus in trouble. Once upon a time, there was a shy and quiet octopus named Jesse. He always went about on his own. Although he wanted to have friends, he was too shy to talk with others. Therefore, no one liked to talk to him either. One day, Jason found a very slippery oyster. While he was looking for his dinner, he stretched out his tentacles, but accidentally tied himself into a big knot. He tried with all his strength to break free, but it was all in vain. To his shock and disappointment, he found he couldn't move at all. Some fish swam past and ignored him. Fortunately, one very catfish came to his rescue. Jason was thankful and felt very happy when he was finally set free. However, he was so shocked that he didn't dare to express his gratitude to Kevin. Simply nodding his head to Kevin, he swam off without saying a word of thanks. A little while later, Jason regretted that he hadn't taken the chance to make friends with Kevin. A few days later, Jason was resting among some rocks. Suddenly, he noticed that lots of fish were hurriedly swimming past some area. He saw a jellyfish coming over to harm his food in the same area. Jason quickly hid himself behind the rocks. Peeping out from his hiding place, he saw the monstrous fish chasing a little fish. Much to his surprise, he recognized the poor little thing. It was Kevin, who had saved his life a couple of days before. Kevin was now in danger and desperately needed some help. But this jellyfish was so fierce that no one dared to go near it. for Jason. Jason remembered how Kevin generously helped him, and it was the right time for him to repay his kindness. It's just the right moment. Thank you for your listening.
An uncle was in trouble. Once upon a time, there was a shy and quiet uncle named Jason. He always went along on his own. Although he won't have friends, he was too shy to talk with others. Therefore, no one liked to talk to him. One day, Jason saw a very simple oyster, and he was eating for his dinner, stretching out his tongue. But accidentally helped himself into a restaurant. He tried to run over his face to grab free, but it was all in vain. He was shut and disappointed. Now he couldn't move at all. Some fish then passed and ignored him. Fortunately, a very foolish habit came to the rescue. And Jason was thankful and felt very happy that he was finally free. However, he was so shocked that he didn't dare to express his gratitude to Kevin. Simply nodding his head to Kevin, he went off without saying a word or thanks. A little while later, Jason regretted that he hadn't taken the chance. Like friends of Kevin, a few days later, Jason was fasting among some rocks. Suddenly, he noticed that lots of fish were hurriedly swimming past him. Soon after, he saw a giant fish coming over to concentrate in the same area. Jason carefully hid himself behind the rocks. Peeping out front his heavy face, he saw the monster fish chasing a little fish. Much to his surprise, he recognized the furry head. That was Kevin, who had said his life a couple of days ago. Kevin was now in danger, and desperately needed some help. But this giant fish was so fierce that no one dared to go near him, except for Jason. Jason remembered how Kevin generously helped him, and it was the right time for him to repay his kindness. And just the right moment, Jason summoned of his courage and darted off from behind the rocks. Like a wind, he appeared in front of the big fish and shook out the backpack of Blackie. And the monster fish, frightened and helpless, the big fish was lost in the midst of the crowds. How seamless! And Jason quickly grabbed Kevin, swam back to the rocks, and disappeared without a trace. The big fish could finally see clearly again.
The bad neighbors. A man named Basil went out to look for a job. As he passed his neighbor's house, an important piece of paper accidentally fell out of his pocket. His neighbor Tom happened to be sitting by the window and saw the piece of paper fall to the ground. At that moment, he saw, what a disgrace! It appeared that he dropped it on purpose. He's trying to mess up my foyer. Instead of going out to stop him, Tom had an idea about how to get revenge. Next night, Tom took his waste paper basket secretly to Bason's house and stuffed it on his purse. At the same time, Bason just happened to be sitting by the window and saw what was going up. Later, after Bason picked up all the rubbish
was already torn into pieces. He thought that Tom had not only picked his pocket, but also had the nerve to mess up his doorway in such a rude way. Mason didn't do anything because he had an idea in his mind about how to take his revenge. That night, Mason phoned a farmer and ordered 10 pigs and 100 ducks for Tom. The following day, Tom was shocked and overwhelmed by such a big surprise. He had a hard time taking care of so many animals. Exactly, down the pigs and ducks. Tom again started making.
Good morning, teachers. I am number 26. My topics and octopus. One day, Jason dropped a very big altar until he was looking from his window. He stepped after his God, but Thank you.
Good morning, teachers and students. The article I'm going to read today is An Octopus in Trouble. An Octopus in Trouble. Once upon a time, there was a shy and crying octopus named Jason. He always went about on his own. Although he wanted to have friends, he was too shy to talk with others. Therefore, no one liked to talk to him either. One day, Jason found a very slippery oyster where he was looking for his dinner. He stretched out his tentacles, but accidentally tied himself into a big knot. He tried with all his strength to break free, but it was all in vain. To his shock and disappointment, he found he couldn't move at all. Some fish swam past and ignored him. Fortunately, one very tiny fish came to his rescue. Jason thankful and felt very happy when he was finally set free. However, he was so shy that he didn't dare to express his gratitude to Kevin. Secretly, nodding his head to Kevin, he swam off, reached out, saying a group of things. A little while later, Jason regretted that he hadn't taken that just to make friends with Kevin. A few days later, Jason was resting among some rocks. Suddenly, he nothing like lost and fish were parading swim past. Soon after he saw a bright fish coming over. Heard he played in the same area. Jason quickly hid himself behind the rocks, peeping out from his hiding place. Thank you for listening.
Good morning, Jackie. I am number 28. Today my topic is the little star. There was once a very tiny star about the same size as a mosquito. The star lived in space next to the heavens, to very big stars. The tiny star was very curious and always wanted to know more about the outer world. She wanted to travel around to see for herself, but her parents told her that she was still too little to go on her own. She would have to wait. One day, the star saw a little blue planet. The planet looked so lovely that the tiny star forgot her parents' warning and she went to get a better look at it. She flew so fast that she soon got lost and didn't know where her home was. When she landed on the blue planet, the earth, people and animals there thought she was a very bright firefly. Everyone wanted to catch her. Satan, she flew as fast as she could. She was very scared, so she hid herself under a sheet. Seeing the sheet moving, everyone thought she was a ghost. This time, they were scared and ran away as quickly as they could. When she realized what happened, the little star started to use the sheet to scare everyone she met, just for fun. As she traveled on, she arrived at a mountain where a great dragon lived. The little star tried to scare the dragon too, but she didn't Luckily, she was a very little star, so she could escape the dragon and his flames. Frightened to death, she started. Thank you for listening.
Hello everybody, my name is Judy. The Little Neighbors. The man named Jason wanted others to look for a job, but he passed his neighbor's house and reported to his own paper as kidnapped. Well out of his pocket, his neighbor Tom happened to be sitting by the window and saw a piece of paper fell to the ground. At the later moment, the thought, what a disgrace is a crane. Later he dropped it into a purpose. He's trying to mess up a line around here. Instead of going out to stop him, Tom had an idea about how to get revenge. That night, Tom took his newspaper as he tried to Jason's house and dumped it on his crotch. Afterwards, Jason just happened to be sitting by the window and saw what was going on. Later, after Jason picking up all the rubbish on his brush, he found the very piece of paper he had lost. There was already run into pieces. He thought that Tom had not only his pocket but also had a neighbor to mess up his drawer in such a ready way. Jason didn't do anything because he had an idea in his head about how to take his revenge. That night, Jason got a hammer and a nail, 10 keys and a hundred bucks for Tom. The following day, Tom was shocked and overcame by such a big purpose. He had a hard time taking care of so many animals. Thank you very much.
Good morning, teachers. My topic is the little star. There was once a very tiny star about the same size as a mosquito. The star lived in space next to her parents, two very big stars. The tiny star was very curious and always wanted to know more about the outer world. She wanted to travel around to see for herself, but her parents told her that she was still too little to go off on her own. She would have to wait. One day, the star saw a little blue planet. The planet looked so lovely that the tiny star forgot her parents' warning and off she went to get a better look at it. She flew so fast that she sunk about and didn't know where her home was. When she landed on the blue planet, the Earth, people and animals near stopped was a very bright firefly. Everyone wanted to catch her. Frightened, she flew as fast as she could. She was very scared, so she hid herself under a sheep. Seeing the sheep moving, everyone thought it was a ghost. This time, they were scared and ran away as quickly as they could. When she realized what happened, the little star started to use the sheep to scare everyone she met, just for fun. As she traveled around, she arrived at a mountain with a great dragon leaf.
The little star started to scare the dragon too, but she didn't know that it was a ghost-eating dragon. The dragon suddenly spits at her. Luckily, she was a very little star, so she could escape the dragon instantly. Frightened to death, she started missing her parents, but she cried for a while. But then, as the night fell, she suddenly got an idea. She went to a very high mountain and found a big rock. Looking up into the sky, she hid behind the rock and then reappeared. She did this over and over again. In reality, since the tiny star left home, her parents had been very worried about her. They searched everywhere they could just to find her and bring her home. Suddenly, they saw her lights appearing and disappearing off in the distance. They recognized that she was their beloved daughter. They were so happy that they flew off to find her right away. When the whole family was reunited, the tiny star promised the parent that she would never do something so silly again. Thank you.
An octopus in trouble. Once upon a time, there was a shy and quiet octopus named Jason. He always went about on his own. Although he wanted to have a friend, he was too shy to talk with others. Therefore, no one liked to talk to him either. One day, Jason found a very slippery oyster while he was looking for his dinner. He stretched out his testicles, but accidentally tied himself into a big knot. He tried with all his strength to break free, but it was all in vain. To his shock and disappointment, he found he couldn't move at all. Some fish swam past and ignored him. Fortunately, one very kind fish, Kevin, came to his rescue. Jason was thankful and felt very happy when he was finally set free. However, he was so shy that he didn't dare to express his gratitude to Kevin. Simply nodding his head to Kevin, he swam off without saying a word of thanks. A little while later, Jason regretted that he hadn't taken the chance to make friends with Kevin. A few days later, Jason was resting among some rocks. Suddenly, he noticed that lots of fish were hurriedly swimming past. Soon after, he saw a giant fish coming over to hunt his prey in the same area. Jason quickly hid himself behind the rocks. Peeping out from his hiding place, he saw the monstrous fish chasing a little fish. Much to his surprise, he recognized the poor little thing. It was Kevin, who had saved his life a couple of days before. Kevin was now in danger and desperately needed some help. But this giant fish was so fierce that no one dared to go near it, except for Jason. Jason remembered how Kevin generously helped him, and it was the right time for him to repay his kindness. At just the right moment, Jason summoned all his courage and darted out from behind the rocks. Like a ray, he appeared in front of the big fish and shot a big jet of black ink at the monster fish. Frightened and helpless, the big fish was lost in the midst of the chaos. Upon seeing this, Jason quickly grabbed Kevin, swam back to the rocks, and disappeared without a trace. Thank you for listening.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am number 3, and today I am going to be reading The Bad Neighbor. The Bad Neighbor. A man named Benjamin went out to look for a job. As he passed his neighbor's house, an important piece of paper accidentally fell out of his pocket. His neighbor Tom happened to be sitting by the window and saw the piece of paper fall to the ground. At that moment, he thought, "What a disgrace! It appeared that he had dropped it on purpose. He's trying to mess up my front yard." Instead of going out to stop him, Tom had an idea about took his waste paper basket secretly to Benson's house and dumped it on his porch. At the same time, Benson just happened to be sitting by the window and saw what was going on. Later, after Benson picked up all the rubbish on his porch, he found the very piece of paper he had lost. Still worse, it was already torn into pieces. He thought that Tom had not only picked his pocket, but also had the nerve to mess up his doorway in such a rude way. Benson didn't do anything because he had an idea in his mind about how to take his revenge. That night, Benson phoned a farmer and ordered 10 pigs and 100 ducks for Tom. The following day, Tom was shocked and overwhelmed by such a big surprise. He had a hard time taking care of so many animals. After settling down the pigs and ducks, Tom again started making another plan for revenge. It went on and on. They continued getting back at each other each time their way of getting revenge grew bigger. Ironically, a small piece of paper led to a rock band, a fire siren, throwing of stones, firing of cannons, and the dropping of bombs, which in the end destroyed most of their houses. Later, the two neighbors ended up in the hospital in the very same war. At first, they refused to talk to each other, but one day, tired of the silence, they struck up a conversation as they watched their favorite sports program. Since then, they have talked with each other as normal neighbors do. One day, they finally had the courage to mention the small piece of paper which had brought so much trouble to them. To their surprise, they realized that the whole thing was nothing but a misunderstanding. Both of them felt shame and regret because of the terrible things they had done to each other. Their plans for revenge put themselves in a very embarrassing situation and caused them to lose everything. There was nothing they could do now except to work together to rebuild their houses. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, everyone. My topic is the bad neighbors. A man named Benson went out to look for a job. As he passed his neighbor's house, an important piece of paper accidentally fell out of his pocket. His neighbor, Tom, happened to be sitting by the window and saw the piece of paper fall to the ground. At that moment, he thought, "What a disgrace! It appeared like he dropped it on purpose. He's trying to mess up my front yard." Instead of going out to stop him, Tom had an idea about how to get revenge. That night, Tom took his waste paper basket secretly to Benson's house and dumped it on his porch. At the same time, Benson just happened to be sitting by the window and saw what was going on. Later, after Benson picked up all the rubbish on his porch, he found the very piece of paper he had lost. Still worse, it was already torn into pieces. He thought that Tom had not only picked his pocket, but also had the nerve to mess up his doorway in such a rude way. Benson didn't do anything because he had an idea in his mind about how to take his revenge. That night, Benson phoned a farmer and ordered 10 pigs and 100 ducks for Tom. The following day, Tom was shocked and overwhelmed by such a big surprise. He had a hard time taking care of so many animals. After settling down the pigs and ducks, Tom again started making another plan for revenge. It went on and on. They continued getting back at each other. Each time, their way of getting revenge grew bigger. Ironically, a small piece of paper led to a rock band, a fire siren, throwing of stones, firing of cannons, and the dropping of bombs, which in the end destroyed both of their houses. Later, the two neighbors ended up in the hospital in the very same ward. At first, they refused to talk to each other. But one day, tired of the silence, they struck up a conversation as they watched their favorite sports program. Since then, they have talked with each other as normal neighbors do.
One day, he finally had the courage to mention a small piece of paper which had brought so much trouble to them. To their surprise, they realized that the whole thing was nothing but a misunderstanding. Both of them felt shame and regret. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tom. Today, I'm going to read The Bad Neighbors. The Bad Neighbors. A man named Benson went out to look for a job. As he passed his neighbor's house, an important piece of paper accidentally fell out of his pocket. His neighbor, Tom, happened to be sitting by the window and saw the piece of paper fall to the ground. At that moment, he thought, "What's a disgrace? It appeared I did draw it on purpose. He's trying to mess up my front yard." Instead of going out to stop him, Tom had an idea about how to get revenge. That night, Tom took his waste paper basket secretly to Benson's house and dumped on his porch. At the same time, Benson just happened to be sitting by the window and saw what was going on. Later, after Benson picked up all the rubbish on his porch, he found the very piece of paper he had lost. Still worse, it was already torn into pieces. He thought that Tom had not only picked his pocket, but also had the nerve to mess up his doorway in such a rude way. Benson didn't do anything because he had an idea in his mind about how to get his revenge. That night, Benson phoned a farmer and ordered ham paste and $100 for Tom. The following day, Tom was shocked and overwhelmed by such a big surprise. He had a hard time taking care of so many animals. After settling down the pigs and ducks, Tom again started making another plan for revenge. It went on and on. They continued getting back at each other. Each time, their way of getting revenge grew bigger. Ironically, a small piece of paper led to a rock band, a fire siren, throwing of stones, firing of cannons, and dropping of balls, which in the end destroyed both their houses. Later, the two neighbors ended up in the hospital in the very same ward. At first, they refused to. Thank you for your listening.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am number 6. My topic is An Octopus in Trouble. Once upon a time, there was a shy and quiet octopus named Jason. He always went about on his own. Although he wanted to have friends, he was too shy to talk with others. Therefore, no one liked to talk to him either. One day, Jason found a very slippery oyster while he was looking for his dinner. He stretched out his tentacles but accidentally tied himself into a big knot. He tried with all his strength to break free, but it was all in vain. To his shock and disappointment, he found he couldn't move at all. Some fish swam past and ignored him. Fortunately, one very kind fish, Kevin, came to his rescue. Jason was thankful and felt very happy when he was finally set free. However, he was so shy that he didn't dare to express his gratitude to Kevin. So Simply nodding his head to Kevin, he swam off without saying a word of thanks. A little while later, Jason regretted that he hadn't taken a chance to make friends with Kevin. 2 days later, Jason was resting among some rocks. Suddenly, he noticed a lot of fish were hurriedly swimming past. Soon after, he saw a giant fish coming over to hunt his prey in the same area. Jason quickly hid himself behind the rocks. Looking out from his hiding place, he saw a monstrous fish chasing a little fish. Much to his surprise, he recognized the poor little fish. It was Kevin who had saved his life a couple of days before. Kevin was now in danger and desperately needed some help. But this giant fish was so fierce that no one dared to go near it, except for Jason. Jason remembered how Kevin generously helped him, and it was the right time for him to repay his kindness. At just the right moment, Jason summoned all his courage and darted out from behind the rocks. Like a ray, he appeared in front of the big fish and shot out a big jet of black ink at the monster fish. Thank you for listening.
Good morning, judges. I'm number 7. Today I will read you a story called The Little Star. There was once a very tiny star, about the same size as a mosquito. The star lived in space, next to her parents, 2 very big stars. The tiny star was very curious and always wanted to know more about the outer world. She wanted to travel around to see for herself, but her parents told her that she was still too little to go off on her own. She would have to wait. One day, the star saw a little blue planet. The planet used the lovely light the tiny star forgot her parents' warning, and off she went to get a better look at it. She flew so fast that she soon got lost and didn't know where her home was. When she landed on the blue planet, the Earth, people and animals there thought she was a very bright firefly. Everyone wanted to catch her. Frightened, she flew as fast as she could. She was very scared, so she hid herself under a sheet. Seeing the sheet moving, everyone thought she was a ghost. This time, they were scared and ran away as quickly as she could. When she realized what happened, the little star started to use the sheets to scare everyone she met. Just for fun, as she traveled on, she arrived at a mountain where a dragon lived. The little star tried to scare the dragon too, but she didn't know that it was ghost-eating dragon. The dragon started to spit flames at her. Luckily, she was a very little star, so she could escape the dragon and his flames. Frightened to death, she started missing her parents. She cried for a while, but then as the night fell, she suddenly got an idea. She went to a very high mountain and found a big rock. Looking up into the sky, she hid behind a rock. Then reappeared. She did this over and over again. In all these scenes, the tiny star left home. Her parents been very worried about her. The end. Thank you, everyone. Have a nice day.
Good morning, judges. Today, I would like to read aloud the story. An octopus in trouble. Once upon a time, time, there was a shy and quiet octopus named Jason. He always went about on his own. Although he wanted to have friends, he was too shy to talk with others. Therefore, no one liked to talk to him either. One day, Jason found a very slippery oyster while he was looking for his dinner. He stretched out his tentacles, but accidentally tied himself into a big knot. He tried with all his strength to break free, but it was all in vain. To his shock and disappointment, he found he couldn't move at all. Some fish swam past and ignored him. Fortunately, one very kind fish, Kevin, came to his rescue. Jason was thankful and felt very happy when he was finally set free. However, he was so shy that he didn't dare to express his gratitude to Kevin. Simply nodding his head to Kevin, he swam off without saying a word of thanks. A little while later, Jason regretted that he hadn't taken a chance to make friends with Kevin. A few days later, Jason was resting among some rocks. Suddenly, he noticed that lots of fish were hurriedly swimming past. Soon after, he saw a giant fish coming over to hunt his prey in the same area. Jason quickly hid himself behind the rocks. Peeping out from his hiding place, he saw the monstrous fish chasing a little fish. Much to his surprise, he recognized the poor little thing. It was Kevin, who had saved his life a couple of days before. Kevin was now in danger and desperately needed some help. But this giant fish was so fierce that no one dared to go near it, except for Jason. Jason remembered how Kevin generously helped him, and it was the right time for him to repay his kindness. Thank you for your listening.
Good morning. My name is Jamie. The Bad Neighbors. A man named Benson went out to look for a job. As he passed his neighbor's house, an important piece of paper accidentally fell out of his pocket. His neighbor, Tom, happened to be sitting by the window and saw the piece of paper fall to the ground. At that moment, he thought, "What a disgrace!" It appeared that he dropped it on purpose. He's trying to mess up my front yard. Instead of going out to stop him, Tom had an idea about how to get revenge. That night, Tom took his waste paper basket secretly to Benson's house and dumped it on his porch. At the same time, Benson just happened to be sitting by the window and saw what was going on. Later, after Benson picked up all the rubbish on his porch, he found the very piece of paper he had dropped. Still worse, it was already turned into pieces. He thought that Tom had not only ripped his pocket, but also had the nerve to mess up his garden in such a rude way. When Benson didn't do anything because he had an idea in his mind how to take his revenge. This night, Benson saw a farmer and ordered 10 crisps and a hungry dog for Tom. The following day, Tom was shocked and overwhelmed by such a big surprise. He had a hard time taking care of so many animals. After settling down the pigs and dogs, Tom began starting making another plan for revenge. It went on and on. They continued getting back at each other. Each time, their way of getting revenge grew bigger. Ironically, a small piece of paper led to a rock band, a fire siren, throwing of stones, firing of cannons, and a dropping of bombs, which near and destroyed both of their houses. Later, the two neighbors ended up in a hospital with a very sad words. At first, they refused to talk to each other, but when they heard of the silence, they struck up a conversation as they watched their favorite sports program. Since then, they had talked with each other as long as neighbors did. One day, the family had the courage to mention a small piece of paper which had brought so much trouble to them. To their surprise, they realized that the whole thing was nothing but a misunderstanding. Both of them felt shame and regret because of the terrible things they had done to each other. Their plans for revenge put themselves in a very embarrassing situation and caused them to lose everything. There was nothing that could be done.
Good morning, judges. Today, I would like to read aloud a story. An octopus in trouble. Once upon a time, there was a shy and quiet octopus named Jason. He always went about on his own, although he wanted to have friends. He was too shy to talk with others. Therefore, no one liked to talk to him either. One day, Jason found a very slippery oyster while he was looking for his dinner. He stretched out his tentacles, but accidentally tied himself into a big knot. He tried with all his strength to break free, but it was all in vain. To his shock and disappointment, he found he couldn't move at all. Some fish swam past and ignored him. Fortunately, one very kind fish, Kevin, came to his rescue. Jason was thankful and felt very happy when he was finally set free. However, he was so shy that he didn't dare to express his gratitude to Kevin. Simply nodding his head to Kevin, he swam off without saying a word of thanks. A little while later, Jason regretted that he hadn't taken the chance to make friends with Kevin. A few days later, Jason was resting among some rocks. Suddenly, he noticed that lots of fish were hurriedly swimming past. Soon after, he saw a giant fish coming over to hunt his prey in the same area. Jason quickly hid himself behind the rocks. Peeping out from his hiding place, he saw the monstrous fish chasing a little fish. Much to his surprise, he recognized the poor little thing. It was Kevin. Thank you for your listening.
The Bad Neighbors. A man named Vincent went out to look for a job, but he passed his neighbor's house. An important piece of paper accidentally fell out of his pocket. His neighbor, Tom, happened to be sitting by the window and saw the piece of paper fell to the ground. At that moment, he thought, what a disgrace! It appeared that he jumped onto its purpose. He tried to mess up my front yard. Instead of going out to stop him, Tom had an idea about how to get revenge. That night, Tom took his waste paper basket secretly to Benson's house.
and dumped it on his porch. At the same time, Vincent just happened to be sitting by the window and saw what was going on. Later, after Vincent picked up all the rubbish on his porch, he found the very piece of paper he had lost. Still worse, it was already torn into pieces. He thought that Tom had not only picked his pocket, but also had the nerve to mess up his doorway by such a rude way. Vincent didn't do anything because he had an idea in his mind about how to take his revenge. That night, Vincent filled the farmers and ordered 10 pigs and $100 for Tom. The following day, Tom was shocked and overwhelmed by such a big surprise. He had a hard time taking care of so many animals. After settling down the pigs and ducks, Tom again started making another plan for revenge. It went on and on. They continued back at each other. Each time, their way of getting revenge grew bigger. Ironically, a small piece of paper led to a rock band, a fire siren, throwing of stones, firing of candles, and the dropping of bombs, which in the end destroyed both of their houses. Later, the two neighbors ended up in the hospital in the very same ward. At first, they refused to talk to each other. But one day, tired of silence, they struck up a conversation as they watched their favorite sport program. Since then, they have talked with each other as normal neighbors do. One day, they finally had the courage to mention the small piece of paper, which had brought so much trouble to them. To their surprise, they realized that the whole thing was nothing but a misunderstanding. Thank you for listening.
Good morning, judges. I'm number 12. Today I will read you a story called An Artist in Trouble. Once upon a time, there was a shy and quiet artist named Jason. He always wanted a ball on his wall. Although he wanted to have friends, he was too shy to take with others. Therefore, no one liked to talk to him either. One day, Jason found a fairy sleeper. As they went, he was looking for his dinner. He spread out his wings, but accidentally turned himself into a big knot. He tried one out his to break free, but it was out in free. To his shock and disappointment, he found he could moving out. Some fish swim past, and ironically, in front of tree, one very clean fish came to his run. Jason was thankful and very happy when he was finally set free. However, he was so shy that he didn't dare to Xbox. He went to Kevin. Nothing is made to Kevin. His made of window, a lot of things, a little well later. Jason left that he had planned to canvas, make things with Kevin. A few days later, Jason was reading among some rocks. Suddenly, the knot got lost of fish over. Crimson, singing faster. Soon after he saw a great fish coming up to his hook in the sand around Jason. Quickly hid himself behind the rocks, peeping out from his hiding place. He started mouse fish and a little fish. Much to his surprise, in the fleece, the poor little thing. It was Kevin who had through his leave a crop of this before. Kevin was not in, and the discourse his head, but the end. Thank you very much. Have a nice day, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jerry. Today, I'm going to read An Octopus in Trouble. Once upon a time, there was a shy and quiet octopus named Jason. He always went about on his own, although he wanted to have friends. It was too shy to talk with others. Therefore, no one liked to talk to him either. One day, Jason found a slippery oyster while he was looking for his dinner. He stretched out his tentacles, but accidentally tied himself into a big knot. He tried with all his strength to break free, but it was all in vain. To his shock and disappointment, he found he couldn't move at all. Some fish swam past and ignored him. Fortunately, one a very kind fish, Kevin, came to his rescue. Jason was thankful and felt very happy when he was finally set free. However, he was so shy that he didn't dare to express his gratitude to Kevin, simply nodding his head to Kevin. He went off without saying a word of thanks. A little while later, Jason regretted that he hadn't taken a chance to make friends with Kevin. A few days later, Jason was resting among some rocks. Suddenly, he noticed that lots of fish were hurriedly swimming past. Soon after, he saw a giant fish coming over to hunt his prey in the same area. Jason quickly hid himself behind the rocks. Peeping out from his hiding place, he saw the monstrous fish chasing the little fish. Much to his surprise, he recognized the poor little thing. It was Kevin who had saved his life a couple of days before. Kevin was now in danger and desperately needed some help. But this giant fish was so fierce that no one dared to go near it, except for Jason. Jason remembered how Kevin generously helped him, and it was the right time for him to repay his kindness. At just the right moment, Jason summoned all his courage and darted out from behind the rock. Like a ray, he appeared in front of. Thank you for listening.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jeff. My number is 14. The Bad Neighbors. A man named Benson went out to look for a job. As he passed his neighbor's house, an important piece of paper accidentally fell out of his pocket. His neighbor, Tom, happened to be sitting by the window and saw the piece of paper fall to the ground. At that moment, he thought, "What a disgrace!" It appeared that he dumped it on purpose. He's trying to mess up my front yard. Instead of going out to stop him, Tom had an idea about how to get revenge. That night, Tom took his waste paper basket secretly to Benson's house and dumped it on his porch. At the same time, Benson just happened to be sitting by the That night, Tom took his waste paper basket secretly to Benson's house and dumped it on his porch. At the same time, Benson just happened to be sitting by the window and saw what was going on. Later, Benson picked up all the rubbish on his coat. He found the very piece of paper he had lost. Still worse, it was already torn into pieces. He thought that Tom had not only picked his pocket, but also had the nerve to mess up his doorway in such a rude way. Benson didn't do anything because he had an idea in his mind about how to take his revenge. That night, Benson phoned the farmer and ordered 10 pigs and 100 ducks for Tom. The following day, Tom was shocked and overwhelmed by such a big surprise. He had a hard time taking care of so many animals. After settling down the pigs and ducks, Tom again started making another plan for revenge. It went on and on. They continued getting back at each other. Each time, their way of getting revenge grew bigger. Ironically, a small piece of paper led to a rush band, a fire siren blowing of stones, firing of cannons, and the dumping of bombs, which in the end destroyed both of their houses. Later, the two neighbors ended up in the hospital in the very same ward. At first, they refused to talk to each other. Thank you, everyone.
Good morning. The little star. There was once a very tiny about the exact as a mosquito. The star lived in space. Has two parents. Two very big stars. The tiny star was very curious. It always wanted to know more about the outer world. She would have to wait. She wanted to travel around for herself, but her parents got her that she was still too little to go around alone. She would have to wait. One day, the star saw a little blue planet. The planet looked so lovely that the tiny star forgot her parents growing. And she went to get a better look at it. She realized that the grass she dreamed that was a beautiful world purple grass. When she landed on the blue planet, the Earth, people and animals there, though she was a very bright firefly. Everyone wanted to catch her. Trying to upon a time, there was a shy and quiet octopus named Jason. He always wanted to be on his own, although he wanted to have friends. He was too shy to talk to others, therefore no one liked to talk to him either. One day, Jason found a very singular oyster. While he was looking for his dinner, he stretched out his tentacles, but accidentally tied himself into a big knot. He stretched with all his strength to rescue his mouth, but this was all in vain. To his shock and disappointment, he found he couldn't move at all. Some fish swam past and ignored him. Fortunately, one very kind fish haven came to his rescue. Jason was thankful and felt very happy when he was finally set free. However, he was so shy that he didn't dare to express his gratitude to heaven. Simply nodding his head to heaven, he swam off without saying a word of thanks. A little while later, Jason regretted that he hadn't taken a chance to make friends with Haven. A few days later, Jason was resting among some rocks. Suddenly, he noticed that lots of fish were hurriedly swimming past. Soon after, he saw a giant fish coming over to hunt his prey in the same area. Jason quickly hid himself behind the rocks. Peeping out from his hiding place, he saw the monster fish chasing a little fish. Much to his surprise, he recognized the poor little thing. This was Haven, who had saved his life a couple of days before. Haven was now in danger and desperately needing some help. But this giant fish was so fierce that no one dared to go near it, except for Jason. Jason remembered how Kevin generously helped him, and this was the right time for him to repay his kindness. At just the right moment, Jason summoned all his courage and courage out from behind the rocks. Like a ray, he appeared in front of the big fish. Thank you for listening.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lee. Today my topic is the bad neighbors. The bad neighbors. A man named Benson went out to look for a job. As he passed his neighbor's house, an important piece of paper accidentally fell out of his pocket. His neighbor, Tom, happened to be sitting by the window and saw the piece of paper fall to the ground. At that moment, he thought, what a disgrace! It appeared that his job is in purple. He's trying to mess up my front yard. Instead of going up to stop him, Tom had an idea how to get revenge. That night, Tom looked at newspaper nesting. His gratitude to heaven, to Benson, Tom, and Tom is his coach. At the same time, Benson just happened to be sitting by the window and saw what was going on. Later, after Benson picked up all the rubbish on his porch, he found the very piece of paper he had lost. Still worse, it was already torn into pieces. He thought that
little way, in sharp and rude way. Nathan didn't do anything because he had an idea on his mind about how to have his revenge. That night, Nathan saw a farmer and older had pigs and ducks for town. The following day, town was shut and overwhelmed by such a... Thank you for listening.
My topic is an octopus in trouble. An octopus in trouble. Once upon a time was a shy and quiet octopus named Jason. He always went about on his own. Although he wanted to have friends, he was too shy to talk with others. Therefore, no one liked to talk to him either. One day, Jason found a very slippery oyster while he was looking for his dinner. He stretched out his tentacles, but accidentally tied himself into a big knot. He tried with all his strength to break free, but it was all in vain. To his shock and disappointment, he found he couldn't move at all. Some fish swam past and ignored him. Fortunately, one very kind fish, Kevin, came to his rescue. Jason was thankful and felt very happy when he finally set free. However, he was so shy that he didn't dare to express his gratitude to Kevin. Simply nodding his head to Kevin, he swam off without saying a word of thanks. A little while later, Jason regretted that he hadn't taken the chance to make friends with Kevin. A few days later, Jason was resting among some rocks. Suddenly, he noticed that lots of fish were hurriedly swimming past. Soon after, he saw a giant fish coming over to hunt his prey in the same area. Jason quickly hid himself behind the rocks, peeping out from his hiding place. He saw the monstrous fish chasing a little fish. Much to his surprise, he recognized the poor little thing. It was Kevin who had saved his life a couple of days before. Kevin was now in danger and desperately needed some help. But this giant fish was so fierce that no one dared to go near it, except for Jason. Jason remembered how Kevin generously helped him, and it was the right time for him to repay his kindness. At just the right moment, Jason summoned all his courage and darted out from behind the rocks. Like a ray, he appeared in front of a big fish and shot out a big jet of black ink at the monster fish. Frightened and helpless, the big fish was lost in the midst of a chaos. Upon seeing this, Jason quickly grabbed Kevin, swam back to the rocks, and disappeared without a trace. When the big fish could finally see clearly again, his foot was nowhere in sight. Furious and disappointed, he swam away with a sunken face. As soon as the big fish was gone, all the fish hiding among the rocks came up to Jason and praised him for his heroic deed. Thanks for listening.
Good morning, dear judges. My name is Roy. I'm number 2. Today I would like to read you a story. An octopus in trouble. An octopus in trouble. Once upon a time, there was a shy and quiet octopus named Jason. He always went about on his own. A lot he wanted to have friends. He was too shy to talk with others. Therefore, no one liked to talk to him either. One day, Jason found a very slippery oyster while he was looking for his dinner. He stretched out his tentacle but accidentally tied himself into a big knot. He tried with all his strength to break free, but it was all in vain. To his shock and disappointment, he found he couldn't move at all. Some fish swam past and ignored him. Fortunately, one very kind fish, Kevin, came to his rescue. Jason was thankful and felt very happy when he was finally set free. However, he was so shy and he didn't take a chance to make friends. His gratitude to Kevin. Simply nodding his head to Kevin, he swam off without saying a word of thanks. A little while later, Jason regretted that he hadn't taken a chance to make friends with Kevin. A few days later, Jason was searching among some rocks. Suddenly, he noticed that lots of fish were hurriedly swimming past. Soon after, he saw a giant fish chasing a little fish. Much to his surprise, he recognized the poor little pig. It was Kevin who had saved his life a couple of days before. Kevin was now in danger and desperately needed some help. But this giant fish was so fierce that no one dared to go near it, except for Jason. Jason remembered how Kevin generously helped him, and it was the right time for him to repay his kindness. At just the right moment, Jason summoned all his courage and darted out from behind the rocks. Like a ray, he appeared in front of the big fish and shot out a big jet of black ink and the monster fish. Frightened and helpless, the big fish was lost in chaos. Upon seeing this, Jason quickly grabbed Kevin, swam back to the rocks, and disappeared without a trace. When the big fish could finally see clearly again, his food was nowhere in sight. Furious and disappointed, he found he swam away with a simple face. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.
An octopus in trouble. An octopus in trouble. Once upon a time, there was a shy and quiet octopus named Jason. He always went about on his own, although he wanted to have friends. He was too shy to talk with others. Therefore, no one liked to talk to him either. One day, Jason found a very slippery oyster while he was looking for his dinner. He stretched out his tentacles, but accidentally tied himself into a big nut. He tried with all his strength to break free, but it was all in vain. To his shock and disappointment, he found he couldn't move at all. Some fish swam past and ignored him. Fortunately, one very kind fish, Kevin, came to his rescue. Jason was thankful and felt very happy when he was finally set free. However, he was so shy that he didn't dare to express his gratitude to Kevin. Simply nodding his head to Kevin, he swam off without saying a word of thanks. A little while later, Jason regretted that he hadn't taken the chance to make friends with Kevin. A few days later, Jason was resting among some rocks. Suddenly, he noticed that lots of fish were hurriedly swimming past. Soon after, he saw a giant fish coming over to hunt his prey in the same area. Jason quickly hid himself behind the rocks. Peeping out from his hiding place, he saw the monstrous fish chasing a little fish. Much to his surprise, he recognized the poor little thing. It was Kevin, who had saved his life a couple of days before. Kevin was now in danger and desperately needed some help. But this giant fish was so fierce that no one dared to go near it, except for Jason. Jason remembered how Kevin generously helped him, and it was the right time for him to repay his kindness. At just the right moment, Jason summoned all his courage and darted out from behind the rocks. Like a ray, he appeared in front of the big fish and shot out a big jet of black ink at the monster fish. Frightened and helpless, the big fish was lost in the midst of the chaos. Upon seeing this, Jason quickly grabbed Kevin, swam back to the rocks, and disappeared without a trace. When the big fish could finally see clearly again, his food was nowhere in sight. Furious and disappointed, he swam away without a second face. As soon as the big fish was gone, all the fish hiding among the rocks came up to Jason and praised him for his heroic deed. Thank you for listening.
Good morning, dear judges. Today I will tell you a story about an octopus in trouble. An octopus in trouble. Once upon a time, there was a shy and quiet octopus named Jason. He always went about on his own, although he wanted to have friends. He was too shy to talk with others. Therefore, no one liked to talk to him either. One day, Jason found a very slippery oyster while he was looking for his dinner. He stretched out his tentacles, but accidentally tied himself into a big knot. He tried with all his strength to break free, but it was all in vain. To his shock and disappointment, he found he couldn't move at all. Some fish swam past and ignored him. Fortunately, one very kind fish, Kevin, came to his rescue. Jason was thankful and felt very happy when he was finally set free. However, he was too shy that he didn't dare to express his gratitude to Kevin. Simply nodded his head to Kevin. So he swam off without saying a word of thanks. A little while later, Jason regretted that he hadn't taken the chance to make friends with Kevin. A few days later, Jason was resting among some rocks. Suddenly, he noticed that dozens of fish were hurriedly swimming past. Soon after, he saw a giant fish coming over to hunt his prey in the same area. Jason quickly hid himself behind the rocks, peeping out from his hiding place. He saw the monstrous fish chasing a little fish. Much to his surprise, he recognized the poor little thing. It was Kevin, who had saved his life a couple of days before. Kevin was now in danger and desperately needed the help. But this giant fish was so fierce that no one dared to go near it, except for Jason. Jason remembered how Kevin generously helped him, and it was the right time for him to repay his kindness. At just the right moment, Jason summoned all his courage.
Dear judges, today I would like to tell you a story about the bad neighbors. The bad neighbors. A man named Jason went out to look for a job. As he passed his neighbor's house, an important piece of paper accidentally fell out of his pocket. His neighbor, Tom, happened to be sitting by the window and saw the piece of paper fall to the ground. At that moment, he thought, "What a disgrace! It appears they dropped it on purpose! He's trying to mess up my front yard!" Instead of going out to stop him, Tom had an idea about how to get revenge. That night, Tom took his paper basket secretly to Jason's house and dumped it on his porch. At the same time, Jason just happened to be standing by the window and saw what was going on. Later, after Jason picked up all the rubbish on his porch and found the very piece of paper he had lost. Still worse, it was already turned to pieces. He saw that Tom had not only picked his pocket, but also had nerve to mess up his doorway in such a rude way. Jason didn't do anything because he had an idea in his mind about how to take his revenge. That night, Jason phoned the farmer and ordered 10 pigs and $100 for Tom. The following day, Tom was shocked and overwhelmed by such a entertaining animals. After settling down the pigs and ducks, come again, started making another plan for revenge. It went on and on. They continued getting back at each other. Each time their way of getting revenge grew bigger. Ironically, a small piece of paper led to a rock band, a fire siren, throwing of stones, fire cannons, and the dropping of bombs, which in the end destroyed both of their houses. Later, the two neighbors ended up in the hospital in the very same ward. At first, they refused to talk to each other, but one day, tired of the silence, they struck up a conversation as they watched a favorite sports program. Since then, they have talked with each other as normal neighbors do. One day, they finally had the courage to mention the small piece of paper, which had brought so much trouble to them. To their surprise, they realized that the whole thing was nothing but a misunderstanding. Both of them felt shame and regret because of the terrible things they had done to each other. Their plan for revenge put themselves in a very embarrassing situation and caused them to lose everything. There was nothing they could do now except to work together to rebuild their houses. Thank you for listening. Have a nice day.
Hello everyone, I'm number 6. Today I'm going to tell you a story. It's called The Little Star. There was once a very tiny star, about the same size as a mosquito. The star lived in space next to her parents, two very big stars. The tiny star was very curious and always wanted to know more about the outer world. She wanted to travel around to see for herself, but her parents told her that she was still too little to go off on her own. She would have to wait. One day, the star saw a little blue planet. The planet looked so lovely that the tiny star forgot her parents' warning and off she went to get a better look at it. She flew so fast that she soon got lost and didn't know where her home was. When she landed on the blue planet, the Earth, people and animals there thought she was a very bright firefly. Everyone wanted to catch her. Frightened, she flew as fast as she could. She was very scared, so she hid herself under a sheet. Seeing the sheet moving, everyone thought she was a ghost. This time, they were scared and ran away as quickly as they could. When she realized what happened, the little star started to use the sheet to scare everyone she met, just for fun. As she traveled on, she arrived at a mountain where a great dragon lived. The little star tried to scare the dragon too, but she didn't know that it was a ghost-eating dragon. The dragon suddenly spit flames at her. Luckily, she was a very little star, so she could escape the dragon and his flame. Frightened to death, she started missing her parents. She cried for a while, but then, as the night fell, she suddenly got an idea. She went to a very high mountain and found a big rock. Looking up into the sky, she hid behind the rock, then reappeared. She did this over and over again. And in reality, since the tiny star left home, her parents have been very worried about her. They searched everywhere they could just to find her and bring her home. Suddenly, they saw her light appearing and disappearing off in the distance. They recognized that she was their beloved daughter. They were so happy that they flew off to find her right away. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Good morning, honorable judges. My number is 7. Today, my topic is the bad neighbor. A man named Benson went out to look for a job. As he passed his neighbor's house, an important piece of paper accidentally fell out of his pocket. His neighbor, Tom, happened to be sitting by the window and saw the piece of paper fall to the ground. At that moment he thought, what a disgrace! It appeared he dropped it on purpose. He's trying to mess up my front yard. Instead of going out to stomp him, Tom had an idea about how to get revenge. That night, Tom took his waste paper basket secretly to Benson's house and dropped it on his porch. At the same time, Benson just happened to be sitting by the window and saw what was going on. Later, after Benson picked up all the rubbish on his porch, he found a very piece of paper he had lost. Still worse, it was already torn into pieces. He thought that Tom had not only picked his pocket, but also had the nerve to mess up his doorway in such a rude way. Benson didn't do anything because he had an idea in his mind about how to take his revenge. That night, Benson phoned a farmer and ordered 10 pigs and 100 ducks for Tom. The following day, Tom was shocked and overwhelmed by such a big surprise. He had a hard time taking care of so many animals. After settling down the pigs and ducks, Tom again started making another plan for revenge. It went on and on. They continued back to getting each other. Each time their way of getting revenge grew bigger. Ironically, a small piece of paper leads to a rock band, a fire siren, throwing of stones, firing of cannons, and dropping of bombs, which in the end destroyed both of their houses. Later, the two neighbors ended up in the hospital in a very sad way. At first, they refused to talk to each other, but one day, tired of the silence, they struck up the conversation as they watched their favorite sport program. Since then, they had talked to each other as no more neighbors do. One day, they finally had the courage to mention the small piece of paper, which had brought so much trouble to them. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.
Good morning, dear judges. My name is Catherine. I'm number 8. Today I would like to read you a story. The Little Star. The Little Star. There was once a very tiny star, about the same size as a mosquito. The star lived in space next to her parents, 2 very big stars. The tiny star was very curious and always wanted to know more about the outer world. She wanted to travel around to see for herself. But her parents told her that she was still too little to go off on her own. She would have to wait. One day, the star saw a little blue planet. The planet looked so lovely that the tiny star forgot her parents' warning, and off she went to get a better look at it. She flew so fast that she soon got lost and didn't know where her home was. When she landed on the blue planet, the Earth, people and animals they thought she was a very bright firefly. Everyone wanted to catch her. Frightened, she flew as fast as she could. She was very scared, so she hid herself under a sheet. Seeing the sheet moving, everyone thought she was a ghost. This time, they were scared and ran away as quickly as they could. When she realized what happened, the little star started to use the sheet to scare everyone she met, just for fun. As she traveled on, she arrived at a mountain where a great dragon lived. The little star tried to scare the dragon too, but she didn't know that it was a ghost-eating dragon. The dragon suddenly spit flames at her. Luckily, she star, so she could escape the dragon and his flames. Frightened to death, she started missing her parents. She cried for a while. Then as the night fell, she suddenly got an idea. She went to a very high mountain and found a big rock looking up into the sky. She hid behind the rock and then reappeared. She did this over and over again. In reality, since the tiny star left home, her parents had been very worried about her. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.
Good morning, dear judges. Today I'm going to read An Octopus in Trouble. Once upon a time, he was a shy and quiet octopus named Jason. He always went about on his own. Although he wanted to have friends, he was too shy to talk with others. Therefore, no one liked to talk to him either. One day, Jason found a very slippery oyster while he was looking for his dinner. Scratched out his tentacles, but accidentally tied himself into a big knot. Tried with all his strength to break free, but it was all in vain. To his shock and disappointment, he found he couldn't move at all. Some fish swam past and engored him. Particularly, one very kind fish, Kevin, came to his rescue. Jason was thankful and felt very happy when he was finally set free. However, he was so shy that he hadn't dared to express his gratitude to Kevin, simply nodding his head to Kevin. He swam off without saying a word of thanks. A little while later, Jason regretted that he hadn't taken the chance to make friends with Kevin. A few days later, Jason was resting among some rocks. Suddenly, he noticed that lots of fish were hurriedly swimming past. Soon after, he saw a giant fish coming over to hunt his prey in the same area. Jason quickly hid himself behind the rocks. Peeping out from his hiding place, he saw the monstrous fish chasing a little fish. Much to his surprise, he recognized the poor little thing. It was Kevin, who had saved his life a couple of days before. Kevin was now in danger and desperately needed some help. But this giant fish was so fierce that no one dared to go near it, except for Jason. Jason remembered how Kevin generously helped him, and it was the right time for him to repay his kindness. At just the right moment, Jason summoned all his courage and darted out from behind the rocks like a ray. He appeared in front of the big fish and shot out a big jet of black ink at the monster fish. Frightened and helpless, the big fish was lost in the midst of a chaos. Upon seeing this, Jason quickly grabbed Kevin, swam back to the rocks, and disappeared without a trace. When the big fish could finally see clearly again, his food was nowhere in sight. Furious and disappointed, he swam away with a sudden face. As soon as the big fish was gone, all the fish hanging among. Thanks for listening.
I am number 10, and today I'm going to read you a story. It's called An Octopus in Trouble. Once upon a time, there was a shy and quiet octopus named Jason. He always went about on his own. Although he wanted to have friends, he was too shy to talk with others. Therefore, no one liked to talk to him either. One day, Jason found a very slippery oyster while he was looking for his dinner. He stretched out his tentacles, but accidentally tied himself into a big knot. He tried with all his strength to break free, but it was all in vain. To his shock and disappointment, he found he couldn't move at all. Some fish swam past and ignored him. Fortunately, one very kind fish, Kevin, came to his rescue. Jason was thankful and felt very happy when he was finally set free. However, He was so shy that he didn't dare to express his gratitude to Kevin. Simply nodding his head to Kevin, he swam off without saying a word of thanks. A little while later, Jason regretted that he hadn't taken the chance to make friends with Kevin. A few days later, Jason was resting among some rocks. Suddenly, he noticed that lots of fish were hurriedly swimming past. Soon after, he saw a giant fish coming over to hunt his prey in the same area. Jason quickly hid himself behind the rocks. Peeping out from his hiding place, he saw the monstrous fish chasing little fish. Much to his surprise, he recognized the poor little thing. It was Kevin, who had saved his life a couple of days before. Kevin was now in danger and desperately needed some help. But this giant fish was so fierce that no one dared to go near it, except for Jason. Jason remembered how Kevin generously helped him, and it was the right time for him to repay his kindness. At just the right moment, Jason summoned all his courage and darted out from behind the rocks. Like a ray, he appeared in front of the big fish and shot out a big jet of black ink at the monster fish. Frightened and helpless, the big fish was lost in the midst of the chaos. Upon seeing this, Jason quickly grabbed Kevin, swam back to the rocks, and disappeared without a trace. When the big fish could finally see clearly again, his food was nowhere in sight. Furious and disappointed, he swam away with a sunken face. As soon as the big fish was gone, all the fish hiding along the rocks. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Dear judges, good afternoon. I'm number 1. Today, I'm going to share the best place to visit in Hualien. Hualien is best known for its beautiful natural scenery and local hospitality. Among its many well-known attractions, the most breathtaking is none other than 2國 National Park. Let's take a walk through this beautiful place. 2國 National Park is located in northern Hualien and was named after 2國 Gorge, which was formed by the combining forces of tectonic plate corrosion and erosion from the water of the River. This magnificent work of nature is known throughout the world for its grand display of marble and other rock types galore. Of all the various rock formations within the national park, I'd like to share particularly about Water Curtain Cave at the end of Bayang Trail. The water curtain is a special scene created by spring water falling from the ceiling of the cave. A trip to Water Curtain Cave is preceded by a 2-kilometer trek with around 8 caves along the way. Upon reaching the mouth of the cave, you will need to have a flashlight ready, for it is pitch dark inside, and the flashlight is the only thing to fall back on to navigate alongside a surging stream. Should you slip into the water, you could either lose your shoes or fall on all fours and get soaked from head to toe. After a long trek under the sweltering sun on a summer day, the waterfalls provide tourists a perfect chilling experience unlike anything else. As summer is approaching, I highly recommend you to make a trip to Water Curtain Cave. But please remember to take your raincoat and trash and belongings with you when leaving the cave. Let's do our part so that in the future, our posterity can also enjoy its beauty too. At this time, I'd like to ask everyone, would you also fancy a trip to Water Curtain Cave? Let's go! Thanks for listening. Have a nice day.
2分46秒5公分。
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm number 2.
Today, my talking is the best place to visit in Bali. The best place to visit in Bali. What place do you think the best place in Bali? To me, it has to be the 2國 National Park. The 2國 National Park shows the extraordinary force of nature, the man law in 2國 world. The 2國 National Park lies in northern Bali. Long time ago, there was a river that rose into such a magnificent valley. I went there with my family twice and had a really good time. There are many trails that lead me past forest woods and mountain paths, and every rock shed I passed brought into different stunning scenery. I also feel the wind gently burn over my cheeks while enjoying the beauty of Mother Nature. That's just so comfortable. Moreover, I found it very interesting looking down to the water below. I paid attention to the water streaming past the wide valley. Sometimes I could take the water down. Sometimes I lost track of it. Sometimes the water was blocked by the rocks. It was just like to play the hide-and-seek game. That's the best memory of mine. I had a wonderful experience in the 2國 National Park. It is a place where you can feel refreshed and relaxed. I highly recommend it. The best place to visit in Bali, the 2國 National Park. Thank you for your listening.
2分21秒，未满2分30秒，扣1分。
Good morning, everyone. Today I'm going to talk about the best place to visit in Bali. In my opinion, the best place to visit in Bali is where I live, Heping Village. Heping is in the north part of Bali. There is not only the tall Warrior Mountain and a big harbor, but also tasty indigenous food and the visitor areas. I would really like to tell you about the new Dhaka Bazaar by the Taiwan Cement Company. Over there, you can visit 3 convenient shopping buildings. You also can enjoy water dancing performances in the square, and you can even play in the water. Besides, the park is also a good example of an eco-friendly environment. Why? Because the Taiwan Cement Company set out a recycling station, which encourages people to do recycling all together. This makes Heping Village an eco-friendly indigenous tribe. I am proud to have recycled in Heping. I think other villages should do the same. What's more, there is a beautiful piece of art called Heping's flower. It is made of solar panels. Heping's flower is unique to all of Eastern Asia. You can even see the solar power generation up close there. Dhaka is not a big tourist spot, but it is full of fun things to do, like shopping and playing in water fountains. It is also a good example of an eco-friendly environment. Now that the Suhua Highway is open to traffic, it is now very easy to get to Bali. And the Heping Village is a worthy place for you to visit. There is no denying that. The trip to Bali is not complete without visiting Helping Free. Thank you, everyone.
分42秒不扣分。
The best place to visit in Hualien. The best place to visit in Hualien is my really hometown. Why I say that? Because I was born and grew up here. I've lived here for most of my life. The people in Yuli town are very friendly and patient. They treat you and see you as their family member. There are many tourist attractions in Yuli. You might not want to miss. If it's cold and you like to warm up yourself, Anton Hot Spring Resort is your best choice. Besides, you can boil your eggs at the same time. If it's too hot to stand it, we also have a nice place to play with water that's not a waterfall. It's in the Yushan National Park. Maybe you ever have heard about Formosa Black Bear. The Bagongguan Historical Trail is worth visiting. Xietiangong Temple, people always go there to pray for good fortune. When it comes to food, you should try out this next. West jelly is a local sweet dessert made of pearls. You will want to drink a cup of hot West jelly in cold winter. Yuli noodles are also very popular among tourists because it's very delicious and cheap, as well as local foods. Stinky tofu is famous for its strong flavor and odor, but it is after fried. It became golden and crisp. You have to try it for one time at least. Above all, you're strongly supposed to give it a try. Truly hope you enjoy your stay in the beautiful place Yuli Town. Thank you for your listening.
2分30秒扣分。
Good afternoon. The best place to visit in Hualien. Hualien, where I belong, is home to the famous Tarko Gorge, the sparkling Liu Lake, and the magnificent Qixingtan. However, among all these amazing places, I adore the Danong Dafu Forest Park. Surrounded by mountains and rich of wildlife, the forest is located in the heart of Hualien. There's lots to do there. I like flying kites and having picnics with family and friends. We enjoy forest bathing, especially on bikes, while riding down the path. I love the breeze on my face and the sound of rustling leaves. It's like riding in a tunnel to another world of fantasies. There was once when it was getting dark and starting to drizzle. I feel just like I was in a Totoro tunnel. I even asked my parents to wait with me for the Totoro bus. Totoro, Totoro. What memory! In March, we would go on a windless night to experience the vibrant yet calm nightlife of the woods. You might be wondering what fun there is in the dark. Got it? Fireflies! Oh, I'll never forget the first time I saw them. I was finding my way in the dusky forest. Then I spotted a dim fluorescent light glowing in the shrubs. All of a sudden, hundreds, maybe thousands of those yellowish-green specks of light started going on and on. Fireflies were glittering and dancing everywhere. From left to right, far and near, they twinkling and drifting in relaxing beats. They were like countless fireworks going off without making a single sound. The warm, glittering lights were astonishing, rejoicing, and yet so peaceful. Ever since, I keep going back to experience the true bliss of Mother Nature. So, what are you waiting for? Shut down your phones and turn off your TVs. Cast away your worries and set yourself free at the 大农大富 Forest Park. Thank you.
分母书妙动分。
The best place to visit in Hawaii. Good morning, everyone. I was born and grew up in a small blue beach in Hawaii. What are the people's first impressions of Hawaii? Most people might say, wow, Hawaii is truly a wonderful place with countless fantastic views and spectacular sights to enjoy all the time. I am lucky that I was born in Hawaii. To me, as a local, the kindness and smile of my people impress me just like how the fresh sunny air and blue sky favor most tourists visiting on their holiday Hawaii trips. However, if you ask me what's the best place to visit in Hawaii, Tom's word will be the only answer. People might wonder what Tom's word will be the only answer. People might wonder what Tom's word is, but it's already a popular place among children who love it. Even though it is just an indoor playground with limited entertainment equipment, still it has made many of my weekends wonderful. My family and I always enjoy Tom's word a lot, but we don't really visiting there often because it's a little bit pricey. Therefore, we are saving our parking money and looking forward to returning there again. I love most in Tom's word is coin pusher. It attracts me all the time. I always want to get more gift tickets by pushing more coins into a box. The more gift Hello everyone, my name is Nick and today I will tell you the greatest place to visit in Hualien. It is Hualien Sugar Factory. It may not sound very exciting at first, but it's full and surprise. It didn't make sugar anymore, but it's a good place to go. And the factory also named Guangfu Sugar Factory. So probably you can guess where it can be found. The first thing you will see when you enter the factory is a Japanese-style store. The stores still show their beauty. The building was built by Japanese. When you walk by them, it's like you are taken back in time. The building was made with the wood floor, tatami mats, and the paper wall. It's beautiful. The atmosphere is an amazing place. That's the Hualien Sugar Factory, a can't-miss place in Hualien. The factory produces over 30 kinds of ice pop. I mean, who doesn't like ice pop? The most yummiest is yuan ice. Is that found a little bit strange for your taste? Believe me, that is very yummy. If that is still strange for your taste, that's okay. They have the traditional ice pop like red beans, and the museum. There were also the chance to feed some fish. There was beautiful red, white, and goldfish live in the lake. If you have $10, you can buy some feed fish, feed food, and throw it in the water. It's fun to see the fish eating the food. And the fish also like to eat ice cream and cookie. So maybe that's why the factory fish are so big. I hope you can visit this beautiful and amazing place in Hualien. Go there is not just can learn and know the history from one food. You can also taste the yummiest trees in Hualien. Hualien Sugar Factory is a hiding treasures in Hualien. My speech is finished. Thank you.
分三十秒。
Good morning, everyone. I'm contestant number 2. Today, I'm going to talk about the best place to visit in Hualien. The best place to visit in Hualien. Here in Taiwan, Hualien is a place where many people, especially tourists, would love to go to and visit because of its fresh air and water, and many beautiful scenic spots. However, among the many places worth visiting, I think the one place I would truly recommend is Chakadam Trail, which is just one of the many beautiful trails in 2国 National Park, and it's not far too. It's not even an hour drive from downtown city to get to the park. Chakadam Trail is very smooth and easy to walk, suitable for taking children and the elderly. You can see beautiful rock walls and clear streams. The air is very fresh and refreshing. The trail is partly carved into the side of the cliff, with awesome views of the crystal clear blue water in the river below. Due to the destruction caused by Typhoon Sola in 2012, the scenery of Chakadam Trail was severely damaged and most of the crystal clear water was filled by landslides. The good news, however, is that the scenery has improved after years of self-recovery. The amazing capacity of nature for both creation and destruction can truly be felt while walking this trail. It takes about 3 to 4 hours to complete the walk back and forth, but you can go back anytime you like. And if you're feeling tired from all the walking, there are resting places not very far apart from one another. And if you're lucky, you might also see a few lively dangling monkeys. I saw 2 last time I went there. Coming to this place will make you feel relaxed and at ease, and all your worries and cares will go away. So this is the one place to go to if you think you have any troubles you want to forget. A word of advice though, don't go there if the weather is not good, because when it rains, the trail will be very slippery, and you might slip and get hurt. And it's also very dangerous when there's an earthquake. You have to be careful of falling rocks. My speech ends here. Thank you for listening.
分35秒获得。
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dory. Today, I will talk about the best place to visit in Hualien. Before your trip, you'll read how Hualien and the eastern coast of Taiwan is a special place for many Taiwanese. Now, let me tell you, as soon as your trip may be, it will be more than enough time for you to understand why. The best time to visit Hualien. Many travelers use it as a base to explore 2国 Gorge. It is a 92,000-hectare national park which spans Hualien, Taichung, and Nantou counties. So, it's best to go from November to March when the precipitation is at its lowest. It was nothing like the 2国 music festivals. Happens in October or November every year. It's a live classical music event held in the park. It must be incredible to listen to live classical music in that environment. Things to do in Hualien. 1. Explore 2国 National Park. A trip to 2国 Gorge is the best thing you can do in Hualien.
I said it was the vast majority of travelers come here for. Choroko National Park is one of the 9 national parks in Taiwan. It features many national wonders like mountains, gorges, rivers, and cliffs. Many people feel that the eastern half of Taiwan is the country's most beautiful, and I'm pretty sure Choroko National Park has a lot to do with that. 2. Take a stroll along Qixingtan Beach. Qixingtan Beach is a beautiful crescent-shaped pebble beach in Xincheng Township. It's between the Hualien City and the Choroko Gorge, so you can make a quick stop here and road to the park. 3. Go river swimming at night. It is so much fun. Any shrimp you catch is released into the river unharmed. Your real dinner, either hot pot or surf and turf barbecues, will be waiting for you by the side of the river. 4. Enjoy eastern Taiwan's breathtaking landscape from the sky. In Hualien, you can enjoy eastern Taiwan's breathtaking landscape from the sky by paragliding. If you are doing adventurous thinking, you want to try this. Where to eat in Hualien? It has a good mix of food and games still, which makes a fun environment. Don't miss this, then you are going to enjoy spending time in Hualien. Thank you for your listening.
2分50秒扣分 Good afternoon. I'm number 4. The best place to visit in Hualien, New Paradise, Hualien, Taiwan. A modern shopping mall sits on the east coast of central Taiwan in Hualien. It's a sprawling, brightly colored building with the world's biggest mosaic art on its walls. It's named New Paradise. Inside, you can shop, play, eat, relax, and watch movies. Outside, you can take part in the various activities. The first floor displays a variety of local style goods, handcrafted clothes and accessories alongside jade and crystal jewelry, for which Hualien is famous. Then once you've worked up an appetite, take the escalator to the second floor. At the food court, diners can choose from a selection of restaurants and sit down with friends to enjoy a meal. Adventure lovers and thrill seekers, don't forget to ride the Indo go-kart in the basement or hurtle down a 4-story spiral slide at breakneck speed. You know what? The slide is the world's longest double spiral 3D parachute slide. You can also head to the VR arcade and battle for your life with virtual zombies. For rest and relaxation, visit Vaishyo Cinemas, comfortable and luxurious seats. Do you like coffee? If your answer is yes, then don't forget to go to Shipping Container Starbucks. Around 20 of the huge crates are stacked 4 levels high, like a giant game of Jenga. Coffee enthusiasts can savor their drinks while enjoying a vista of the mountains and the Pacific Ocean. Outside of New Paradise, you can go water sliding in the new pool or ride 4-wheelers around the nearby park, Thai Happy Farm. I like to stroll in the park with my family to see swans swimming, literally, in the pond, and all kinds of flowers smiling and waving their hands at me. Visitors to Hualien on a rainy day or even a sunny one have plenty to do at New Paradise. Tucked in between the mountains and the ocean. This mall has both inner and outer beauty. New Paradise welcomes you with a full heart. Thank you, everyone.
3分06秒。
Good morning, honorable judges. I Hualien. Hualien has always been a special place. There are not only beautiful mountains, but also clean streams. It is also home to various species of wildlife. Out of all the sites, only one place stands out, and that is Liu Lake. Liu means carp in English by the name. Lake has lots of carps. Its name originated from Liu Mountain, which is right next to it. The lake is about 1.6 kilometers in length and 930 meters in width, making it the largest freshwater lake in Hualien County. The lake is an incredible scenic spot where you can hike up trails, go paddleboarding, or just take a stroll around it. After all that workout, you can enjoy the famous live shrimps and the tasty papaya milk offered at the row of restaurants across from the lake. These are just some of the activities you can take part in. What I find most amazing is the Taiwanese fireflies that appear in the northern part of the lake during the months of March and April. Once, my parents took us to see those gorgeous insects. It was my very first time being environed by hundreds and hundreds of flashing teeny tiny dots. I was speechless and breathless. I was going to reach for one, but Dad stopped me. Dad said it would be disturbing to them. Still, I love watching them flying up and down, here and there. Since then, firefly watching has been marked on a regular spring itinerary. To tell you the truth, I can't wait to see them again this year. If you want to know what else Liu Lake has in store, don't hesitate to take a trip there this weekend. Trust me, surprises are awaiting you. Thank you very much and have a wonderful day.
Hello everybody, today I would love to tell you about the best place to visit in Hualien. Incan Road is a hiking trail famous around the island for scenic view and its breathtaking precipice. Also called Trail by many hikers and outdoor enthusiasts. But no matter what you call it, it's no denying how exciting to hike this narrow trail. As the path winds up to the mountains and reaches the top, the hikers exposed to a high cliffside. This is extremely dangerous for uncautious hikers, and everyone who dares to hike this terrifying trail will be required to sign a consent form. And it is one of the most dangerous hikes in Taiwan because there are no protective measures set along the side of the trail. If you slip or misstep, you will fall over 700 meters down to the canyon below. In some part of the trail, this is less than 1 meter wide. However, it's not just the excitement and adrenaline that brings people to Zhou Entrance Trail, but also the beauty. Located in Tairoko National Park, this trail gives you a bird's-eye view of the canyon. This is one of the most popular attractions of Taiwan. And then the trail takes you up to the lush forest of Taiwan. If you're lucky, you might see a macaque or a Formosa blue magpie. But as the trail opens to the cliffside, the hikers stop to take in the spectacular view of the trail is famous for. The scenery and excitement makes more even extraordinary when you read that was originally a trail used by Aboriginal people of Tairoko. It is amazing to think how hard they must work to climb the rock and cliffside, and how dangerous it has been for them. Just walking on the trail is a daunting task for me. Honestly, I didn't want to go first. I am too scared, but I arose the challenge and I faced my fear, and I'm glad I did. Hiking Jelo Trail is one of the most memorable experiences in my life, because that I learned many scary and challenging reward beauty and personal growth. If you withstand, you can hair-raising view of Jelo Trail ever since it's on the top of my list of the best place to visit in Hualien. Thank you, everybody.
everyone. Today I'm going to tell you the best place to visit in Hualien. In Hualien, the best place to visit is Mainland Traditional Market. First of all, we don't have to spend too much time looking for meat, vegetables, clothes, and groceries because they are never far from each other. Secondly, in Mainland Traditional Market, you will listen housewives bargaining and girls gossiping. Finally, fruits and vegetables are cheaper and fresher than we buy in a supermarket. My mom does most of her food shopping in Mainland Traditional Market. I love to visit with her because I can ask my mom to buy some things for me, such as meat, broccoli, salmon, meatballs, bananas, and pistachio. After a good shopping trip, we always return home with a full cart. One time, we went to the Mainland Traditional Market. I saw a woman bargaining with a vendor with just $5. Another time, we met a couple of pork vendors fighting in a narrow street with butcher knives. Everyone was scared. But the most interesting thing is a shopping experience during COVID-19 that me and my mom planned to buy some chicken. But the chicken vendor told us they were all sold out. He said the crowd rushed in when he opened the business. He even had difficulty maintaining order. He sold up all the chicken in just 1 hour. There are also some smallholder farmers in Mainland Traditional Market. They plant organic crops, such as organic baby corns, organic lettuce, organic carrots, and more. These are all cheaper and fresher in supermarket. In addition, they also serve zongzi, sticky rice cakes, spring rolls during Chinese New Year festival. These are the things I see in Mainland Traditional Market. All of the things are symbolic and characteristics of Hualien culture. Many say that Dongdamen Night Market represents a core part of Hualien culture. But I personally believe, however, that the Mainland Traditional Market is the best culture of Hualien. Thank you, everyone.
Hello everyone, my name is Lucas. Today I'm going to talk about the best place to visit in Hualien. Picture this, imagine you're a tourist visiting Hualien County. You only have 1 day to enjoy Hualien and experience everything it has to offer. What do? You should go to Toroko Gorge, of course. But what about when you leave Toroko Gorge? Well, it has to be Dongdamen Night Market. Every single white sauce pork, on the cob, stinky tofu, fried chicken, and bubble milk tea. Yeah. But what makes Dongdamen so special? Let me tell you. Dongdamen represents the whole of Hualien all in one place. If I want to eat Taiwanese food, I can get a Taiwanese hamburger at Dongdamen. If I want to play fun games or try to catch a new pet goldfish, I can do those things at Dongdamen too. If I want to listen to Aboriginal music and see Aboriginal dances, Dongdamen is sure to have both. When I get a oyster pancake with one hand and drink Thai tea with the other. On weekends, I like to go to this night market with my family and friends. With my family and friends, we eat yummy food, listen to great music. It's a perfect evening for any hungry traveler. Dongdamen is a must-see spot. Dongdamen is a must-see spot.
So this is what makes Stone Diamond so special. So this is what makes Stone Diamond so special. To visit in Hualien. To visit in Hualien. This is what makes Stone Diamond the best place to visit in Hualien. Thank you for your listening.
43秒5分。
Good morning, dear judges. I am Juliet. Today I will speak to you the best place to visit in Hualien. Hualien is a wonderful place. It is my birthplace and where some of my relatives live. This gorgeous country is surrounded by steep mountains and amazing coastlines. Needless to say, there is so much to see and fun activity to do. I would like to tell you that the best place to visit is and why. Located in the East Rift Valley, Guangfu Township, the Guangfu Sugar Mill is a place you should not miss out. 60 years ago, the sugar mill produced sugar, but by the end of World War II, it was heavily damaged by bombing. After it was restored, it started producing sugar again. The sugar production ended in 2002, and it became a popular attraction. It is a cool place filled with history. Last semester, our school picked Guangfu Sugar Mill as a field trip destination. We had a wonderful time. The experience was enjoyable and educational. First, we fed fish in a pond, and they were very lively. Next, we headed to the Sugar History Museum, where the guide told us about the sugar mill in its glory days. Then, our class competed with other classes in the group competition games. We ran freely on the vast green field like bees in springtime. After that breakout, we had ice cream which was sweet and delicious, and that put smiles on all our faces. There were 3 other girls in my group. We went to all the shops to look at the interesting souvenirs. There were this shop that sold original art and clothing. The delicate materials and colorful beads display ancestral wisdom, the clerk explained to us. On the way back to school, I was fascinated to see the neat row of Japanese-style housing. To tell you the truth, if I am to recommend the best attraction to visit, I would definitely suggest the Guangfu Sugar Mill. Thank you for listening and have a lovely weekend.
2分37秒5分。
Hello everyone. Today I want to tell you about the best place to visit in Hualien. It is not a beach or a mountain, even though they are beautiful in Hualien. It is a restaurant. The name is Lake. You can go there and discover America. When you walk in, you can see a long, beautiful bar with tall stools, cool pictures from the Old West, and even a real deer head mounted on a wall. It really feels like you're visiting America, but it's much more easier than flying to see my grandma in America because it is in downtown Hualien. You can sit at a table or in a booth. I prefer a booth. The seats are just like a sofa. They're comfy and cozy. That's where Daddy and I always sit. We go there a lot for Daddy-Daughter Day. Once a week, we spend time together, just the 2 of us. That's Daddy-Daughter Day. And we often eat at Salt Lake. My dad will order coffee, and sometimes I get an ice cream float. That's a soda with a scoop of ice cream on top. It's delicious. You should try one. The food there is delicious too. My dad and I love to eat meat. We eat lots of it. That's one reason why we love Salt Lake. There, you don't get thin pork chops or some tiny pieces of beef. You get thick slices of smoked beef brisket, mounds of barbecue pork ribs, and sandwiches stuffed with meat. If you're not in the mood for lots of meat, don't worry. The menu there is big and diverse, just like America. They have deep dish pizza from Chicago,
gumbo from New Orleans, and Kansas City chicken wings. Everyone there is very nice and very welcoming. They even have pool parties. Every year we go to Salt Lake for a Halloween party, so we would dress up like we would in America. And for the Christmas party there, I get a present from Santa. I get to see my friends and eat lots of treats. It's much livelier than Daddy-Daughter Day. If you're in the mood for great American food, whether a quiet meal for two in the booth or a big gathering, Salt Lake will give you the American experience you want. That is why it will be the best place to visit in Hawaii. Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm the first speaker. My topic is my favorite tourist sport in Hawaii. By the way, let me tell you one thing. Hawaii is the gateway to Turoko National Park. Hawaii is the main city on the east coast of Taiwan, but it is also the county encompassing many seaside towns and the agricultural villages of the Huadong Valley. It furthermore includes region, where one can go river rafting through the coastal mountain range rising up over 1,500 meters. And the river has many indoor and outdoor hot spring resorts. It furthermore includes region, where one can go river rafting through the coastal mountain range rising up over 1,500 meters, and the valley has many indoor and outdoor hot spring resorts. At Antong Hot Spring on Route 30, they have private hotels, a free public area, and those who aren't afraid of a little mud can even steaming in the water, running out into the cool river. Thus, it isn't easy to choose my favorite place in Hualien. But when I think about it very seriously and honestly, I have to admit that my favorite place in Hualien is my home. When I sit on my perch, I look out at clouds constantly, dancing around the mountain, casting ever-changing patterns of shadows over the steep, rolling green foliage. I can see and many different birds chirping and cackling and cawing and singing to their mates and friends and me. I deeply inhale the crisp, fresh, clean air, sometimes with a slightest salty tinge, sometimes thick with sweet pollinating flowers' heavy aroma. I'm happy I live on this thin band of land, between the sea and mountains, between clouds and jungle. I can look around and see the epic massive, amazing, endless processes of nature, in constant flux, dwarfing our puny human endeavors. But I still have my safe little home, with my families and friends and classmates and teachers. And we can try to work together to understand this awesome universe ever better and better. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today I would like to share with you my favorite tourist spot in Hualien. Have you ever been to Turoko National Park? In my eyes, the most beautiful and interesting tourist attraction in Hualien is the Turoko National Park. Located 3,000 meters above sea level, Turoko National Park has an abundant amount of vegetation and wildlife. Due to the tropical climate, the vegetation is very diverse, giving a nice greenhouse-like feeling. I still remember my first trip to Turoko. I immediately found love with the gorges when I stood in front. These millions of year-old masterpieces that are slowly carved by water give a feeling of natural beauty. These rocks are like abstract paintings with their wavy, colorful stripes. Moreover, these beautiful gorges make incredible opera houses. Every year, a festival taking place within the park uses the natural terrain to amplify the angelic sound. These festivals have been going on since 2002. My family and I were granted the incredible opportunity to go and watch the festival last October. We sat casually on the grass and enjoyed the show. The mountain view went great with the music. Even though that day was cloudy, everyone was so enthusiastic about it. Some people even started dancing along with the music. Earlier that day, I was really sad that I was not able to participate in the GPT. After listening, I became calmer and happier. My family and I hope we can attend this festival every year as our family tradition. My family and I not only come here for the festival, but also for the scenic views and hiking trails. Every once in a while, we come into the park and go hiking. We usually get up early that day and pack our own homemade sandwiches, then go hike in the gorges. Our favorite trail is the Shakadan Trail. It's a 4-kilometer path to the cliffside overlooking the Shakadan River. You can even get down the cliff into the river itself. We like to climb boulders and dip our feet in the water while having lunch. On every trip, we discover new plants and insects. Nature is indeed the best classroom. At Taroko, people can learn a lot, from black bears to butterflies, from the dwarf bamboo to the Chinese photinia. At Taroko, people can see the world in a whole new light. Thank you.
I may not look like I'm from Hualien, but my mother was born and raised in Gongling and had a whopping 24 cousins in Taiwan. One of her cousins just so happened to be a long-time employee in Zhaofeng Ranch, a must-visit tourist destination in Hualien. I was fortunate enough to experience Zhaofeng Ranch since I was 3 years old. It's become my favorite spot ever since. Let me tell you why. First, golf carts. Since it is private land, that means the Department of Transportation laws do not apply. My dad let me drive a golf cart since I was 3 years old. Stares of the other tourists passing by is always a bonus. However, I'm not sure if they stare at me driving or my dad's huge nose. Either way, I enjoy the attention. Second, a wide selection of cute animals. It's like a mini petting zoo. I get to pet them, I get to feed them, and sometimes play with them. There's even a pig racing event where you can bet on the pig who will win. Third, the hot spring is the bomb, especially during our cold Hualien winters. And in the summer, the hot spring turns into a cool, refreshing swimming pool, perfect for a hot day. There's always a perfect pool for anyone. And the best part, there's tons of free space to wander around. I've been to fancy Disneyland and Disney World in the past, where it was shoulder to shoulder into never-ending lines to show. Nothing compares to Zhaofeng Ranch's immense landscape, where I get to enjoy the nature just by itself. I have lost count on how many times I visited Zhaofeng Ranch since I was 3 years old. I've made many happy memories in Zhaofeng Ranch and planning to create more soon. All these memories are priceless, literally and figuratively speaking, courtesy of my uncle. And I hope you enjoyed Zhaofeng Ranch as much as I did. And what's your favorite spot in Hualien? Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Today my topic is my favorite tourist spot in Hualien. As a roaming local resident, Bachi Observatory is my favorite tourist spot. I used to visit there with my family, spend a couple of hours enjoying the breathtaking ocean view and the cool breeze. I like to use the binoculars to observe the Pacific Ocean and the coastal range. Bachi Observatory is not only a tourist spot, but also a research area with a sales department. I like the homemade desserts, especially the passion fruit jelly and brown sugar panna cotta. They are so yummy. If you prefer something savory, I recommend their breast chicken feet and dried tofu. It's a nice place to take a break and admire the stunning scenery. At my third grade field trip,
We made a visit to Bachi Observatory, which was our first time using the binoculars to watch the Pacific. We all screamed and surprised with what we saw through the binocular. We were so impressed by the astonishing view. We've never known that Fongbin was such a beautiful place. Since then, I started to visit there with my mom very often. The air is fresh, the music is great. I like the cozy and chilled atmosphere. However, the place becomes dirty with the increased number of tourists. We see garbage in the water and among the place. Even the color of the ocean is not as blue as before. Bachi Observatory is my favorite landmark place. It welcomes everybody to stop by, but it's everybody's responsibility to keep it clean. As thus, I would like to use 30 seconds some must buy. The organic bus break is quite useful. The handmade cardboard are cool and unique. Candy wave with the peel is amazing. That's all. Thank you for listening.
Good afternoon, dear judges. I'm Erica. Today, I'm going to share my favorite tourist spot in Hualien. I was born in Hualien. During this 15 years, I have never dug deeper into my hometown. But there was one summer, I remember my family and I went to the Qingshui Cliffs for kayaking. Since then, I have started to enjoy life with all these kinds of outside sports. The most impressive is to do activities on the Pacific Ocean, and I promise that will amaze your entire life. The Qingshui Cliffs has many ways to enjoy it, not only on the road, but also people can enjoy it on the ocean. There are many ways, such as kayaking, SUP, jet ski, and even more. The Qingshui Cliffs are a 21-kilometer stretch of coastal landscape along the eastern Taiwan. The Suhua Highway is a long and narrow highway that connects Hualien to Yilan, 2 counties, and even though it considered quite dangerous, but it's one of the most beautiful highways in the world with view of the ocean over the steep cliffs. In my experience to go kayaking, wake up early was the very first thing to do. I remember it was 3 in the morning. The sky was completely dark, but when I looked up, I saw a dazzling galaxy twinkling in the sky. Then before the dawn, we fought with the sea wave and paddled to a peaceful area. What's more, we saw the sun rise up from the Pacific horizon. It brought a glamorous sky, starting from bleak golden and gradually to glorious golden, and a brand new day had come to our life. The sea water was emerald green to sapphire blue. Suddenly, I almost believed there might be mermaids under the sea. We rowed, and rowed, kept on trying to race who was faster. We all paddled hard to get to the best view to see the gigantic cliff. Suddenly, I finally understand why Portuguese call Taiwan Island Formosa, because this really is. In conclusion, if you are visiting Hualien and not visiting Qingshui Cliff, then you are totally missing out. So please spend half the day to enjoy Hualien from the Pacific Ocean, and you'll make an absolutely unforgettable experience and memories. Trust me. Thank you for listening.
43秒，5分。
Good afternoon, dear judges. Hualien is a beautiful city. There are many famous places and yummy food in Hualien. My favorite tourist spot in Hualien is Hualien Tourist Sugar Factory. It has been standing in Hualien for a century. It is not only a tourist spot, but also a historic building with educational value. Hualien Tourist Sugar Factory was built by the Japanese in 1921, although it was damaged by bombs during World War II. Taiwan Sugar Corporation Company took over and rebuilt it afterward. After decades, the sugar factory turned the major sugar manufacturer into a popular spot in eastern Taiwan. It is always crowded with visitors during the daytime. Personally, I recommend you get a scoop of ice cream or popsicle upon your arrival. These frozen products are very popular in locals and foreign tourists. The sugar factory provides the customers with different flavors of ice cream and popsicles. It has become a popular tourist activity to buy the frozen food in sugar factory. Next, you must take a walk along the path scented with fragrance of seasonal flowers in sugar factory. Take a deep breath. The fragrance of the flowers will allow you to forget all your worries. Moreover, there is a big lawn right beside the ice cream shop. When you feel tired, you could just lie down on the lawn, letting the gentle breeze cool your face. Last but not least, you can have a tour around the sugar factory and spend one night in a Japanese-style cabins. When the sun goes down and the stars come out, open the windows of your room and look over the beautiful starry sky. In a place without light pollution, you may slow down the tempo of your life and enjoy nature. If you have free time, I highly recommend you to take a trip there. Thanks for listening.
2分39秒，不扣分。
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today I'm going to talk about my favorite tourist spot in Hualien, Shikashuan Park. Formerly known as the Nanpu Green Forest Park, it is located about 4 kilometers from downtown Hualien City and only a hop, skip, and a jump from my house. This park has been transformed into a major tourist destination over the last 10 years. This park has a special history. It was once an air base used by the Japanese Air Force. The runway for the airplanes ran the length of the park, which is 1.4 kilometers. The old runway has been transformed into a wide walking path in the center of the park. I take a walk often there with my family. Many local Hualien residents use the park each morning and get some exercise. Some walk their dogs, some practice dance or yoga. There's also a man who shows up each morning and plays his saxophone. But it is after 9 a.m. or so that the tourist buses began to arrive. The tourists pour out from the buses and take an hour to tour the park. That is my least favorite part of the park. Some of the things of note for most of the tourists are the fancy bathrooms. There's one designed like a castle. There's no shortage of place for the tourists to take pictures. And there's no shortage for the tourists to take pictures because there is a greenhouse with lots of beautiful plants and large statues around the park that makes great photos. The Hualien County government is always adding new displays and photo areas for the tourists to enjoy. I can always find something new in the park that I go there. I enjoy taking pictures there as well. Within the last 7 years, the government has developed a water park within Shikashuan. At first, it was just a little wading pool for children, but over the years, it has grown to have water slides, a lazy river, and a wave pool. 2 years ago, I took my family from abroad to the water park. They felt amazed that the water park wasn't only safe, but exciting. The coolest thing, it's free. I have never seen a water park anywhere else in the world that is free. But the only problem with having a free water park is the amount of people and traffic that takes place there during the summer months. Shikashuan Park is great for tourists, but it's also a great place for me as well. I live only a kilometer from the park, and I go there often. I go there with my dad when he exercises. I go there riding my bikes with my friends. I even learned how to climb trees in that park. But best of all, no matter how many tourists are visiting the park, you can always find a quiet place where you can sit down under a tree and feel peaceful. Next time, when you come to Hualien, remember to visit Shikashuan. It's really a wonderful place. Thank you.
2分47秒，不扣分。
Good afternoon, judges. My number is 4.
describe my favorite tourist spot in Hualien. Most people would know a lot of tourist spots here, but not my favorite one where I want to share with you. Chongdong Farm is a place where paradise meets. Could you imagine that? There's a place you will fly above the turquoise ocean. Qingsui Cliff juts sharply from the sea, and the hills of stacked like endless row of emerald pyramids. Your gaze falls on Lihu River, the misty valley which forms the entrance to Turco Gorge inside. Paragliding at Chongdong Farm is the most thrilling experience you will have in Hualien. You may also see a lot of animals wander freely among the fields, and people happily take photos with their beloved ones. When I first visited Chongdong Farm, I was shocked at seeing a giant cow lumber towards me. However, my fears quickly faded away when I realized that he just wanted a handful of grass. Keep walking, and you will find elegant swans and lovely dogs gathered around a large man-made lake, waiting for people to feed. And if you prefer peaceful atmosphere, paddling the canoe on the lake will be your best choice. You might enjoy the quiet moment and the stunning scenery at the same time. What's more, the most important part you shouldn't miss is the large variety of Aboriginal foods they offer here. Believe it or not, the extraordinary flavor will impress you. Even the common-looking foods here are so unique. For example, the sausages in the food stand are made from horse, and they're seasoned with rare indigenous spices. When you crack open the most common dish, rice stuffed bamboo, you will eat the rice inside with the sausages and the salted pork. How delicious they are! The perfect match. And the grilled salted pork is one of my favorite dishes here. So what are you waiting for? All you need to do is pack yourself. Chongdong has everything. The breathtaking views of the world's famous Qingsui Cliff, clean air, camping sites, hiking areas, canoeing, and paragliding. The natural beauty is everywhere, and you got tame animals to play with, delicious authentic food to taste, and last but not least, no noisy crowds. I sincerely recommend you Chongdong Farm, a great place to visit. Thank you.
3分钟不扣分。
Good afternoon, judges. I'm Ryan. Today, I'll be talking about my favorite tourist spot in Hualien. When people ponder of tourist spots in Hualien, they probably consider a famous attraction like 2国 National Park or Xixingtan. However, as a resident of Hualien, my favorite tourist spot in Hualien is Pacific Park. Pacific Park is made up of two parks, Bathing Park and Namping Park, and both parks are beautiful. In the daytime, Pacific Park is like the world's most spectacular painting. After school, I jog on its bikeway in order to lose weight. The ocean view along the trail always makes my heart leap out of my chest. The vast Pacific Ocean is on the east of Hualien, and the central mountain ridge leans against it on the west. The sea is mesmerizing. Waves crash against the sea rocks. I can hear seabirds squawk in the wind. Taking a deep breath of the fresh, salty air always gives me peace of mind and replenishes my energy. Furthermore, the night is when the park really shines. My family and I once enjoyed a night tour of the local wildlife. Crabs, frogs, and even bats were out for food. The moonlight danced on the majestic deep blue sea, and the sound of waves thundered like thousands of horses galloping in the distance. Besides, the night sky shone with stars. For what more could I ask? What's more, during Chinese New Year, Pacific Park is the site of the Hualien Lantern Festival. I once went there with my family, and I was filled with wonder. The large animal-shaped lantern at the entrance caught my attention immediately. It was enormous and it shined like the sun. And the further I went inside the park, the more amazed I was. Lanterns were dangling in every place, and that was artistic and gleaming. As you can see now, Pacific Park is an amazing spot for tourists. The coast is just stunning, and there are many outdoor activities to be enjoyed as well. Not only does Pacific Park educate visitors about Hawaii's magnificence, but it also has made all the good memories for myself. If you're in search of a slice of heaven, in Dudley, Pacific Park is the place for you. Thank you.
2分42秒扣分。
Good afternoon, dear judges. I'm number 6, and today I'm going to tell you my favorite tourist spot in Hualien. Hualien is one of the charming cities in Taiwan. It sits between the Pacific Ocean and the Great Central Mountain Range, and it also called Taiwan's Hawaii-like coastal Hualien secret garden. It has beautiful scenery, gorgeous mountains, and brilliant coast. What's more, there are plenty of Aboriginal cultures in Hualien. As a result, Hualien has become a place which people can help visiting when they travel in Taiwan. The first time I visited Mount Talambu was 5 years ago. By the time, I seldom went out, and I loved to stay home. One day, my family suddenly decided to take a trip. They didn't tell me where the destination is, so I kept complaining on the road. However, when I arrived, the landscape changed my mind. It was a fantastic fairyland. I was just like Alice, who came across Wonderland by mistake. But here, neither a rabbit carrying a watch nor the Queen of Hearts would bother me to enjoy the beautiful scenery. Gentle breezing and stunning landscapes always let me forget worries. Of all the tourist attractions, Mount Talambu is my favorite tourist spot. There are thousands of orange lilies blooming all over the mountains. I've never been to such a picturesque place like that. When orange lilies are in full bloom, blanketing Mount Talambu and attracting groups of visitors, I think I'll never want to leave the place. I really enjoy standing at the top of hill and overlooking the entire view of Mount Talambu during the orange daylily flower season. This place also refreshes my mind and let me stop being a homeboy anymore. As a ninth grader, being under so much stress is difficult for me. But sometimes I will think of the view on the mountaintop, and I feel relieved. I think I'm like an orange daylily in bud, waiting for the right time. All hard work and persistence will be rewarded. Thank you.
2分39秒不扣分。
Hi everyone, today I would like to share with you my favorite tourist spot in Hualien. Taiwan is an island surrounded by the Pacific Ocean, and as a Taiwanese, we're familiar with the ocean. But have you ever been surrounded by the Pacific Ocean? Or do you know you can catch a tranquil view if you put your waterproof camera under the sea? If your answer is no, you should definitely pay a visit to Qingshan Cliff. Qingshan Cliff is situated between Henan and Chongde on the super highway. It has been at the eastern coast of Taiwan for thousands of years. Driving a car between the cliff and the boundless ocean almost feels like you're flying in the air. But today I'm not going to talk about driving a car on the highway. Instead, what I would like to talk about is kayaking on the Pacific Ocean with the sunrise. Last year, on the first day of summer vacation, my dad and I woke up at 3 in the morning. It was murky outside. Everything is pure and refreshing, like a pink ink painting. After defeating the struggles of getting out of bed, we packed our water bottles, jumped right into the car, and set off on our trip to Qingshan Cliff. Around half an hour, we arrived at a gathering place next to Chongde Beach. I was a little bit nervous, but also excited. The guys drove the whole group to the beach. All we could hear was the constant roll of the waves crashing on the shore. We kayaked to the middle of the sea. The sun peeked out from the clouds, and the sky started turning from indigo to a mix of red, orange, purple, and light blue. What an amazing magic show! After the sun spectacle, I gently put my feet into the water and it was ice cold. Then I put my phone into a waterproof pouch to capture the twinkle underwater sea. We then create a natural circle-like swimming pool with our kayaks. I summoned up my courage and jumped right into the ocean. At the time, I felt myself becoming part of the ocean. And when I re-emerged onto the surface, I found my group members happily chatting, having snacks, and also watching the sunrise. For me, this impressive experience made kayaking not only a common outdoor activity, but also an exploration of the Mother Nature. As one of the top 10 tourist spots in Taiwan, Qingshui Cliff has its own beauty by the mix of ocean and magnificent gorge. Next time, if you come to my hometown Hualien, please definitely pay a visit to Qingshui Cliff, my favorite tourist spot in Hualien. Thank you.
2分45秒，不扣分。
Dear judges, audience, good afternoon. My name is Wendy, and today I'm here to tell you about my favorite tourist spot in Hualien. My favorite tourist spot in Hualien. There are many popular and famous places to visit in Hualien, but my favorite one is the 2國 National Park. I've been there once and I enjoyed it so much that I didn't even want to go back home. I went there on a Friday evening. My mom drove my sister, friends, and me to visit the Must-Go in Hualien. We went on a hike in the mountains. What impressed me was that the river was clean, the air is fresh, and the scenery was beautiful. We even saw a monkey on the way. The hotel we stayed was very special. There are people cooking the food for dinner outside. It all smells delicious. After my mom parked the car, we went to the lobby to check in and then went to our rooms. It was a splendid wooden building. So big was the room that it could accommodate 8 people. At dinner time, we went to the hotel restaurant and had a buffet. There were so many choices to choose from, and the food was delicious. At night, there was a special performance. What made it so special? The performers are the kids and teenagers from the 2國 tribes. The owner of the hotel even gives them money to help their family and takes care of them. They're not just boss and workers, but they're a big, large family. The next morning after breakfast, when we were about to leave, I told my mom I want to come here again soon. But we never had a chance to do that. So I hope someday we'll be able to. That's it of my speech. Thank you, everyone.
1分，2分，2分钟，扣1分。